Good morning, everyone. I think this is time for us to start. Hello, everyone who are here, and hello to those who are watching us online. My name is Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman. I'm the head of Rockit, and next to me I have Camilla, the head of partnerships and communications at Rockit.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone, to Sustainability Forum 2024.
And we're going to be your hosts today. So I'm really pleased that this is a second time we're doing the Sustainability Forum here at Rockit. It's quite symbolic. We're doing it the day after the Earth Day. And it's lovely to see so many of you here. There's plenty of room here at the front, don't be afraid. Obviously, you care about the sustainability topic as much as we do. The other thing that we're super happy to say is that even though it's the second year, we managed to triple our partners in that year. So there's three co-organizers with us that helped us to organize this forum, and we're really grateful. So as always, we're grateful for our continuous partner, Swedbank, but super excited that this year is Ministry of Finance and the Green Finance Institute were organizing this event together with us. So thank you very much.
So let me shortly introduce you what's awaiting for all of us today. So this forum is divided in three main streams: green finance, business transformation, and sustainability communication. And we will finish this event with a great story of business success, how they eliminated the climate change.
And without any further ado, I'm very honored to invite a very special guest who is going to open this forum for us. So it's Mrs. Gintarė Skaistė, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to be here today and to meet the people who are interested in the green finance, which is the most trendy topic now in European Union. And I'm glad that it's the most important topic in Lithuanian finance policy. Nope, this still not this one. And so today we come together as leaders, innovators, and change makers from across sectors to explore the opportunities and challenges of sustainable finance. And I'm delighted to inform you that this year we have taken a significant step forward, establishing the Green Finance Institute in Lithuania with a mandate to act as a center of excellence and knowledge in the field of sustainable and green finance in the Baltic region. Initiated by the Ministry of Finance, the Green Finance Institute has already launched its activities and it's undertaking its initial tasks. By establishing the Green Finance Institute, Lithuania is the first in the Baltic states, setting up the platform for public-private partnership, which will allow attracting the significant amount of funds for sustainable and green projects. It is therefore essential for the Green Finance Institute that the Green Finance Institute becomes a strategic part in this transition, ensuring the full effect of the green finance ecosystem. Today we have a pleasure to commence the Sustainability Forum. This forum, as a partnership platform, is expected to bring together all stakeholders to address challenges, to find solutions in the field of sustainable finance. This will help also the Green Finance Institute to implement its mission of promoting the development of Lithuania's green finance ecosystem by coordinating collaboration between government institutions and market participants, increasing access to sustainability-related data and information, and disseminating information about green finance. Lithuania has put a lot of efforts in creating a favorable environment for fintech companies and has become one of the leading countries in European Union regarding fintech growth. Now we want to repeat the fintech success story in the green finance field. It is an absolute pleasure to see so many delighted, dedicated individuals gathered here today, united by a common goal to drive positive change through sustainable finance. It is important to take initiatives at the European Union level and ensure uniform application of EU policies across the single market to achieve common climate neutrality goals. And let me give an overview of recent trends in the European Union. Climate change and environmental degradation are an existential threat to Europe and the world. And to overcome these challenges, the European Green Deal aims to transform EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy, ensuring no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. The EU sustainable finance system includes the following elements. The EU taxonomy system creates a robust, science-based reference system providing a clear and consistent set of criteria for the evaluation of economic activities in terms of their environmental sustainability. Also, disclosure regime for both non-financial and financial institutions aim to increase transparency about ESG impacts, risks, and opportunities, as well as to strengthen market discipline, to discourage greenwashing, and to foster innovation in the design and financial products. Also, easily accessible data will increase transparency for investors. The European Single Access Point will create the EU-wide mechanism offering easily accessible and digitally usable information based on companies' public reporting requirements. Greenwashing prevention. The EU climate benchmarks regulation allows the investors to use credible, reliable climate and sustainability benchmarks and has provides investors with further investment opportunities aligned with climate and environmental goals by providing transparency to investors. Also, international platform on sustainable finance ensures the exchange and dissemination of information to promote the best practices, to compare different initiatives, and to identify barriers and opportunities of sustainable finance. In the upcoming new EU political cycle, the European Commission will continue to work on sustainable finance issues. Perhaps we will have a new action plan after identifying areas where further efforts are needed. Indeed, the EU has taken significant steps towards climate change mitigation and adaptation in recent years, within a broader agenda encompassing the entire sustainability transition. Apart from enacting EU-level policies, implementation is crucial. EU legislation covers critical areas, but work at a national level is also needed to address gaps not covered by EU regulations. And now let me give a short overview where Lithuania stands. The National Climate Change Management Agenda sets Lithuania's ambitious short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals and objectives for different sectors that currently use fossil fuels that pollute the atmosphere with greenhouse gases and has the greatest impact on climate change. In the energy sector, Lithuania has 100% target of renewable energies in the overall final electricity consumption by 2030. This goal was changed after the energy crisis that happened at the beginning at the war on Ukraine. Also, a target of 100% net reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And also significant amounts of public finance are foreseen to ensure the green transformation over the next few years. However, we understand that the public sector funding is not enough. We have counted that for implementation for our Green Finance Action Plan, we need at least 14 billion euros, from which 10 billion will be provided by the public funding, but at the same time, we understand that without private funding, it will not just be enough. So together with the policy makers from different fields, the Ministry of Finance has prepared an ambitious action plan for the development of green finance. The main strengths of the Lithuania's green finance action plans are the following. To create and develop the Green Finance Excellence and Knowledge Center, ensuring leadership in the Baltic region. That is our Green Finance Institute, and I'm really glad that it also is a co-organizer of this event. That means that the strategy is already implemented, and I'm really glad with that. I hope that this institute will work as a think tank and also will create the opportunities of synergies between public and private sectors. Also the easily accessible and usable sustainability-related data also is one of the key working fields for the Green Finance Institute. Also, the other strand in our Green Finance Action Plan is a public sector's green finance. It is mainly related to the making green our budget, so marking what is green in our state's budget and making the politicians more informed about the decisions they are making when they are adopting the decisions in making laws and also having the state's budget adopted in the parliament. Also to promote the private sector green finance, and main actions are related to sustainability reporting requirements for enterprise and development of methodological recommendations of greenhouse gas calculation at the enterprise level. Also, as I mentioned, sustainability-related data is one of the key areas, and also Lithuania's financial market participants currently need a sustainable source of information about the sustainability of their potential borrowers or their projects, which financing is requested. Therefore, the creation of sustainability database is one of the key elements. And also the last but not the least, the development of public literacy in the field of green finance, because if you ask what is green finance in the street, I'm not sure that you will have the answer that will somewhat be related to what the green finance really is. Maybe it's $1 because it's green, but the understanding about the importance of sustainability and sustainable finance literacy is also very important, because without money, all the goals to be achieved is really difficult. So, the Green Finance Institute is one of the key players, I would say, in our green action plan, but at the same time we have many hopes and many expectations to the Green Finance Institute. So the main functions for the Green Finance Institute is to create an ecosystem which was created previously in the fintech sector. So now the ambition is also directed to the green finance development. So to create an ecosystem that would mobilize both public and private funds for Lithuania's green transformation. Also to coordinate the public-private partnership, because as I mentioned, without private intervention into the accession of our goals, it's just not possible. So coordination between public and private players, it will also be crucial, and also cooperation with academia in the green finance field. Also advice to the policy makers, because as I said, that if you ask in the street what is the green finance, you will not get the answer that will be suitable, but at the same time, if you will ask about that in the policy makers' buildings, I think you will not get answer also. So also promoting and giving policy advices to the policy makers, it will be one of the key areas to work on. Also consult market and policy makers, leading the promotion of Lithuania as an attractive jurisdiction for sustainable finance, and also organize receipt, education and outreach, and ensure the dissemination of relevant sustainability-related information. So that's the key areas what I will hope that the Green Finance Institute can perform and make a difference in the green finance evaluation, and not only evolution of the green finance in Lithuania. So I hope that following the implementation of Lithuania's Green Finance Action Plan, Lithuania can make a difference in significant contribution to the development of sustainable finance. As you can see, we have already made a lot, but our journey towards regional leadership in the green finance is far from over. So looking to the future, we must redouble our efforts to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy, to strengthen our partnerships with international organizations and financial institutions, and to continue to innovate and collaborate across sectors and borders. So each decision we make, each investment we finance has the potential to shape the future of our planet and the lives of billions of people. Let us therefore approach our deliberations with a sense of purpose, agency, and responsibility, knowing that the decisions we make today will echo for generations to come. And together we have the power to create a future where economic prosperity goes hand in hand with environmental sustainability, a future where our children and grandchildren can thrive in a world where that is cleaner, healthier, and more equitable. So thank you very much. The time for action is now. So let the Sustainability Forum begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Minister. The Green Finance Institute has been mentioned a lot of times here, and I know that I heard there's lots of hopes, so no pressure. But I know that you would like to sort of commemorate and congratulate the head of Green Finance Institute here officially here on the stage. Is that right? Please.
Yeah, I have a gift. So you can see that small gifts make the friendship stronger. So I would like just congratulate the Green Finance Institute for the successful beginning of work. But as I mentioned, we also have many hopes and many expectations for the Institute. That's why I think that this gift is like a bit symbolic, because I hope that the Green Finance Institute will cherish and care about the Lithuanian green finance system, ecosystem, as much as they will care about this little tree. And if you know bonds, it is really difficult to treat them because they are quite sensitive. So if you will cherish this little tree as much as we expect that you will cherish our financial sector ecosystem towards greening it, I think that we will have the success story. So we have big hopes for you, and this present is for you.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, it's working. So thank you very much, and I hope that this tree will bloom, and next year you will have a task to find a bigger glass for it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
very
Minister,
much.
again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And later on, we'll have Audrius Šilgalis, the head of Green Finance Institute presentation. But before that, I would like to remind you that today we're going to have one coffee break, lunch, and we left plenty time for you for the network. So please stay all the event with us, and let's meet in the network. And by the way, if you have any questions, please save them for coffee breaks or networking, because we have very tight agenda for today. So
and also another practical question. I can see there are some people standing, but there are some room here at the front. No one will bite. There are some seats on the sides, and don't be afraid to ask people to shuffle, take you in. So I want everyone to feel comfortable, especially those who are on the side. Really, just feel free, walk around. Don't feel bad that you're not going to disturb something. Would like you to. I know that you hold attention better when you stand, really, but please do take a seat so you're comfortable. And there's 3 seats here at the front as well, if someone wanted. Okay, and that being said, without any further ado, you've heard about the Green Finance Institute so much, so you're possibly very curious. So what is this institute going to do? And what are those great hopes that the Minister has been talking about? So without any further ado, I would like to invite Audrius Šilgalis back to stage to present what is Green Finance Institute about. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so hello everyone. I'm Audrius Šilgalis. I'm the head of Green Finance Institute in Lithuania. And after this detailed speech by the Honorable Minister of Finance, I'm not sure if there's anything else to mention. for me because, well, the hopes, the functions and the goals were in the previous presentation. But I will try to prove you that we are needed, and I'll try to encourage you to join us in making the Lithuania a better place for green finance. So as Minister of Finance mentioned, we are the first competence and knowledge center in the field of green finance in Lithuania and also Baltic region. And we were established by the Minister of Finance under the structure of National Promotion Agency in Vega. So our colleagues are dealing with EU funds and we are near them. So we can make an impact and try to direct them to the places where the funding is mostly needed. I also very like formulas, so this one is the easiest one. Collaboration plus synergy equals to progress. But if you look to the simplified graph nearby it, the current structure and the situation in the field of green finance is more complicated. So we have lots of players with different goals, different tasks, different ideas, and different projects. And because nowadays there's lots of information, it's really hard to get the right one and to coordinate your actions. And without coordination, it's impossible to reach the progress and to get the best results. That's why we hope that the Green Finance Institute will be the center of an ecosystem who will collect all the information, all the ideas, all the news into one place and disperses it to the whole public or whole interested parties. And we have two strategic goals. First one, as the minister mentioned, is Green Finance Competence Center. So what we want to do, we want to prepare, to help the companies prepare for the new regulations, which are unclear, changing, not all the information and explanations from EU and other institutions are here. So we want to help them to prepare for the new requirements and to be ready to take the finance, to change the working models and to prepare for better future. In addition to that, we want to promote the use of ESG methodologies and to promote of sustainability, the use of sustainability in their current activities. And also increase the knowledge about the green finance and possible sources of green funding in Lithuania. In addition to that, we are preparing guidelines, consultations, so if anyone has the questions, they can directly come to us and we will try to find the answers or we will direct to the best source of answers. Second goal, and that's why we are here today, is development of Lithuanian green finance ecosystem. As I mentioned before, there are different actors with different projects, initiatives, but not all of them are targeted to the one main goal, to make Lithuania greener. Some ministries are trying to solve their problems, others are dealing with different issues, so we want to be the coordinator and to take the responsibility, especially there's no one owner. And usually if there are 3 or 4 different parties, no one wants to take responsibility and lead the project, so we are here. We will try to do that and we are starting to do that. In addition to that, we want to increase the public and private cooperation in the field of sustainable finance and to promote Lithuania as a place where you can establish a sustainable business. And few weeks ago, we had a big 3Cs forum in Lithuania, and they signed a memorandum. And in that memorandum, there was a decision to establish a 3Cs network, also for green finance. And we will be the coordinators from the Lithuania in that network. So what we do, we provide consultations. If you don't know where to start, how to calculate your emissions, how to write sustainability reports, how to use DNSH methodologies, just contact us. We provide technical support. We provide information. So even now on our webpage, you can find regulatory mapping, Q&A, and other useful information. So just check for it. If you have additional questions which are not answered, give us a call or write us an email. We will add that. And we are developing methodologies. So currently we are working with do no significant harm methodology. Probably all of you know that from this year, if you want to receive EU funding, you have to prove that your project or product will not do significant harm. It's not an easy task, so that's why now we're dealing with it. And education, so we're joining such programs as International Money Week, International Finance Week. We're trying to educate the society about green finance. And yeah, as Minister mentioned, if you ask what is green finance in the street, you will receive an answer that probably that's $1. Sustainable Finance Forum. So today you joined the Sustainability Forum, the event, and we are starting our own Sustainable Finance Forum. What is it and why it's needed? So we want to create an ecosystem, a network of those who are interested in sustainability, in green finance, and who want to make changes or solve problems. Objectives of that forum is to facilitate current cooperation, strengthen public-private sector cooperation, share knowledge, news, information, best practices between participants, promote sustainable finance development in Lithuania. And the most important one is to identify the problems and search for the solutions. That's why for those who are going to join the forum, we're going to send a really small questionnaire just to ask about the biggest issues which are currently seen in the green finance sector and where additional job should be done. And we're going to create working groups. We have one really successful story with Banking Association. So they identified the problem that current Lithuanian renovation model not always is green according to existing regulation, and we have successfully prepared a detailed questions for the Commission, and through the Ministry of Finance, they have received those questions, and we're hoping that the answer will be positive for Lithuania and renovation will become green here. So I encourage you to tell us what's the problems and to join the working groups. You don't need to join all the groups. You just need to join that one, which is really important for you, and where you are ready to spend some time searching for the solution, best answer, or proposal for the ministries if we need to change the regulation. And we have proposal for 4 starting working groups. So sustainability data, probably that's important for all of you. Regulation, that's really broad. Probably we might have to establish 2, 3, or 4 groups here. Funding and do no significant harm application. So
please join us. You can do that through scanning QR code, or you can go to Invega's webpage and find Green Finance Institute and wait for our email. And let's make a greener future together.
Thank you so much, Audrius. Thank you very much. I see you have a lot of challenges, and we really hope that after 1 year we will stand in here and you will be telling us the stories, how you solved all the challenges. And now I would like to invite Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, the head of Rockit, who is going to lead our first panel discussion about Lithuanian challenges in green finance and the global agenda. So please, Lina.
Thank you very much. Here I am again. While the chairs are being put behind my back, I would like my panelists to come and take place in those chairs. So the very first one is Mrs. Vaida Markevičienė, who holds the position of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Lithuania. Please welcome. We also have Teresa Škutaitė, the head of Green Hub at Innovation Agency Lithuania. Please welcome Teresa. And we have Audrius Rutkauskas, the head of sustainability at SCB. Please, right next to me. Thank you very much for coming here today. So it's quite an interesting format today. Usually we have panel discussions, but today I sort of feel we're going to have a panel presentations, because all of us going to talk about the same thing, which is how to transform Lithuania's economy and Lithuania's businesses to become greener, what sort of help there is out there, both financial and moral, legislational. And the way it's going to go, that I am going to ask each of you 2 questions. And for the audience, after this panel presentation, we're going to have a coffee break. So hold your questions for the panelists that you can ask then. So I'm going to ask from left to right. That's how we sit and read. And we're going to start from you, Vaida. So exactly a year ago, plus or minus, right, spring 2023, the Ministry of Finance prepared the Lithuanian Green Finance Action Plan. The whole idea of the action plan was how to transform Lithuania's economy towards green and how to make the public and private sector work together. I'm really curious how this plan came about, and I also want to hear about this ambitious ambition, if you like, for Lithuania to become regional leader in the green finance topic. So this may be a provocative question, but what makes you think we have what it takes to become a leader in the region? So if you could tell us about how this plan came about, what it is about, and why we think that we could be leaders in the region. Thank you.
I will start to the back of the question. So do we have what it takes? I think just by setting ambition, we already prove that we have what it takes. We just need to deliver, because we are the first in the region to do that. And it shows our ambition and understanding of the challenges. Because of course, we see the climate change. We now all can feel it. Probably there are little people who would still doubt it these days. We have European Union that sets the standards, set the criteria, even like for EU funds. There are requirements. The customers will soon be even more pushy about products and services they are getting. So the change would I would say come in any case. But do we want to be just kind of go with the flow and go where it takes us, or we want to kind of see the opportunities for our people, for our businesses in that process, and instead of kind of going with the flow, shifting our direction very, very clearly. And that's what we did with the plan. We mapped what we need to do in our understanding, to reach that goal. Of course, it's a plan, it's not set in stone. If we will see that we are not reaching our targets, we always can change it. But what we know, we have you know, we have all the actors in the system, we have the actions, we have KPIs, like what we want to achieve by that, quantified even sometimes by money, and therefore we can see if, you know, if it's working or not, and by that we will enable our businesses, because of course it's kind of, you know, you can establish what is green, you can establish if your projects are green, but if it costs unproportionally to your business, then of course it's, you know, highly unlikely you're going to do that. And when we talk about greening of the economy, the focus is not about the businesses that kind of circle around being sustainable and being green, that it's not about those businesses that are already advanced and they already have it. It's about all our economy that is not there yet. They have to transform, they have to get in there. And that's, I would say, where the focus should be, because if we don't get there as society as a whole, we won't get there at all.
Okay, so you mentioned about the KPIs and the plan. I think, you know, not everyone might know what's in the plan. So if you could share some KPIs, how the success will be measured here.
So my favorite one is already achieved. So we have we have a Green Finance Institute, and why I think it's important to have it, because also, as Audrey said, someone has to be kind of responsible and in charge. Someone has to think about these topics day and night and push the change forward, and also build the ecosystem. Like, you know, this atmosphere makes me think of fintech as well. So in fintech, we already have a strong ecosystem, and even if some, you know, member of it kind of becomes slower, all the ecosystem is pushing pushing that member forward. With green finance, we don't have it yet, so it's very important to have this hub that kind of circles around all the ecosystem. Another aspect is how much of green private funding we attract with our public investment, because we do devote, I would say, a significant part of our investment to green projects. So we established a goal of almost $500 million in several years of private funding, extra private funding that we intend to attract. In terms of public, in the public sphere, we set the goal of having 100% of green public procurement, because the state is spending a lot. I would say maybe 10 or 15% of our GDP on public procurement. So if the state, as a consumer, demands for sustainable products, then there is this consumer push, and we can enable and encourage business to transform. And of course, this path that we are going, it's not kind of confined in our borders. So we want to have partners, and I think also the mentioned 3Cs platform, it kind of already shows that we start this kind of leadership of the region. It was our initiative to make this network, and Audrey said the platform is Green Finance Institute is kind of a member of the platform, but I think it's a bit of an understatement. They are the ones that are coordinating that network and pushing it forward, and also then helping our countries to kind of go the route that we already are making.
You also mentioned that the plan's flexible. If we see that something doesn't work, we might change it, and so on and so forth. So we've been with this plan for a year. So I wanted to see whether there have to be any changes to the plan. Have you came across any challenges? Has something not come to the plan? Or in other words, what are the challenges that you encountered within this year?
So I would say some maybe of the tasks, they are more complicated than we initially thought. So as I would say with many public sector areas, we need to have more speed, or maybe our planning was in some cases more ambitious. For now, I can't identify any actions that kind of are not creating value. It's still 1 year. The plan is for longer duration. So I would say maybe midterm evaluation would show something different. But the first year, we just kind of need to kind of do more and do faster of what everyone is doing.
Thank you very much. That takes me now to Teresa, the newly appointed head of the new Green Tech Hub at the Innovation Agency, which is very new. I had the honor of attending the opening. Was it a month ago? Or
yes, indeed.
Yes, exactly.
It was
a month.
Back in March.
So you have pretty much the same goal as the Ministry of Finance, the transitioning of Lithuania's economy towards green, but your vehicle is innovation. That's right. So could you tell us a little bit more why there was a need for such a hub, and what are your goals?
So first of all, thank you. It's a pleasure being here. As the moderator just said, I'm Teresa. I represent Innovation Agency Lithuania, and recently, back in March, we established a new structural division, Green Tech Hub, a division that is dedicated to foster green technological innovation within the Lithuanian economy. And as you asked, the main vehicle for green transformation in terms of what we work on at Innovation Agency is technological transformation. And what we have saw that the Ministry of Economy and Innovation has already invested huge amounts of money in terms of fostering green transformation, in terms of businesses implementing green R&D projects. But what we have observed that not as significant part of the businesses within the ecosystem has been using these possibilities, both speaking about various energy efficiency projects and both speaking of R&D projects in terms of green transformation. And that is why we felt there is a strong demand for a package of more of software services for businesses. Because now we have a lot of opportunities for financing. We have a flourishing and growing ecosystem of innovators in Lithuania, but there is still a gap between the available opportunities and the future challenges that we are facing. So that is why the ultimate goal of the establishment of the Green Tech Hub was to connect the businesses, the innovators, with the support measures to provide consulting services, to also work on educational, communicational measures, to spread the message of possible opportunities in terms of R&D financing for green technologies, and also to facilitate the ecosystem, to work within it, to hear the needs for maybe the demand of future support measures that are needed within the ecosystem, and to really connect the existing availabilities to the future challenges. So I think
so
that's
if I'm a business and I know that I need to transform myself somehow, but I don't know how, so I can come to you for a consultation, and then you can consult on the how and also direct me to the available funding. Is that?
Yes, exactly. We at Innovation Agency, we have several programs available even now for the green transformation and R&D development. So this is definitely a place where you should go. And also one of the ideas behind the establishment of Green Tech Hub was to have a one-stop shop for businesses that are working with green transformation and technological development. So this is really a place to go.
So your name here is on the slide behind me. I can expect you're going to have lots of LinkedIn requests after this from the businesses that are here. But I also wanted to ask how big of a challenge is financing for green techs, green innovation in Lithuania? Do you, on one hand, do you have enough innovators to finance? Or there is too many of them and there's not enough funds? Which way does it work?
As I've introduced the issue earlier, there are a sufficient amount of funds already distributed, but there is still not enough of innovators implementing these projects. And actually, based on the EU Eco-Innovation Index, Lithuania ranks at 17th place right now. So that really shows the demand for further projects and more implementation and connecting the dots within the ecosystem. And in terms of problems of financing, I would also like to raise an issue that a lot of businesses are not very determined to use the services of both financial measures of both the Innovation Agency, Invega, and other institutions, because the amount of bureaucracy, the difficulty of the whole process of getting the required finances sometimes just scares the companies. So this is also an issue that we need to work on, and I believe that we will work together hand by hand with the Green Finance Institution to help these companies to access the available funding.
I was about to ask what you're going to do about it, but I hear that you're well aware of the issues that there might be and you're working on it. I'm going to give exactly the same question as I gave to Vaida. Can you share any of your KPIs that you have?
So basically, the main long-term KPI of the Green Tech Hub at Innovation Agency Lithuania is to foster the R&D projects within the green technological field. This is the ultimate goal, and to increase our positions within the EU Eco Innovation Index and increase the overall statistic of the companies that have implemented eco innovation projects within the company.
Okay, thank you. So we are the 70th now. Any idea where we want to be in 5 years? Halfway up the ladder? Top?
Yes, actually, the main goal is to reach the EU average and to be in the first part, to become at the top of the innovators, not at the mid-tier innovators, as it is right now with Lithuania.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's actually quite nice, that we talk about. We seem to all have the same goal here while we're sitting together, right? And obviously it takes the ecosystem of public and private. I'm doing a link here from the governmental sector to the private one. And I would like to ask you, Teresa talked about the challenges of providing the funding for green transformation projects. Do you have similar problems, or your problems totally different?
Hi, everyone. I think firstly we need to start off at kind of really establishing a little bit of the basics, right? What is green finance, and what is the transformation? Because transformation for a company which produces clothes, it's very different to a real estate company transformation, to a transportation company transformation. So when companies really understand, and I think I'm not the only one speaking on financial sector, kind of side, is we actually quite happy that these type of regulations such as CSRD are coming in, because that will really start to make companies think about, okay, so what is really my strategy? What are really my challenges? What are really the risks? What are really the opportunities? Because a lot of the still businesses understand sustainability and transformation as part of the huge cost basis, which it is at the beginning. But if you focus on the opportunity side, then you start thinking, okay, how can I leverage that? And I really relate to what was said before in terms of, developments and technologies and new type of products, which would be much more applicable to consumers. So when we talk about green financing, that's the second part. Firstly, you need to understand where you're going and what type of instruments you're going to need, and then you approach the funding part, whether that's use of proceeds types of loans, which have so basically green financing can be split into categories. That's use of proceeds, where you build something like a wind park, and there is a criteria which you would need to meet in order for that project to be green, in order to get green financing. And there is sustainability-linked financing, which is much more complicated. In the Baltics, very niche type of thing. Only a couple of deals have been made. So that's where a company has some sort of a transformational KPIs, such as reduction of GHG emissions, and they link that to their financing. If they reach that goal, they get a discount. So their funding is cheaper. But if they miss that goal, they need to pay a penalty. And then there is a huge motivation to the board, to the CEOs, etc., to make that happen. So fundamentally, when we talk about challenges, I think the first challenge is really the knowledge and the understanding where the companies are going and what type of financing is available and how we can get that. The second part is really all about data. And that's, that's practically not only on the calculation of GHG emission data, it's also about kind of the quality of GHG emission data. We've been in situations with clients either significantly overestimated their GHG emissions or significantly underestimated. So you also need to kind of have that quality checks, which very much links to kind of sustainable financing, right? So data, I'm very happy Green Finance Institute is gonna also tackle that challenge. It's for banks, for financial institutions, currently I think that's number one, the biggest challenge in where we talk about green financing, risk models, evaluation of projects, and that fundamentally is linked to the majority of companies, not all. There's very progressive companies in Lithuania and in the Baltics, but majority of companies are still kind of trying to figure out how I can leverage these opportunities. So I would say knowledge, data, and then incentives. And green finance, when clients come and say, So what type of discount you're going to give us, right? If we want to do it. So I think as a bank, as SEB, we promote those and we have incentive base for these green loans. But I think they also need to come from regulatory environment or from governmental environment, such as maybe capital reliefs on green financing or kind of co-financing. I'm a huge believer in private and public funding in terms of incentives, etc. So I think those are the kind of knowledge, data, and incentives are currently the free, the holy grail, if we can solve those, to unlock the potential of Lithuania in green financing.
I think you're not the only one who believes in all those things. Vaida, did you want to react at all about data? Because I know that's in your plan as well.
Yeah, so we do have in the plan establishment of a database, and to do that, it's not that we just need to kind of find out all, the data that is needed for making such decisions, but also finding out if it's already available, where it is already available, and how to connect the dots, and then also to see what is missing and how to kind of find that or get that missing information by kind of the least costly way, because we do understand that all this data for the projects, for the companies, they do have to come from those companies themselves, and of course it's not their kind of main focus to kind of get new kind of angles of of their processes. So by having this database and making sure that kind of companies understand what extra information they need, how to get there and make it in a sort of kind of regular reporting, I think we'll get extra value, because for now, maybe correct if I'm wrong, but green projects and projects that they don't know if they are green or not, let's say they haven't proved it, the cost is not differing so much. But I think eventually the companies that want to access finance, if they can't prove that they are green or they are greening, they will face challenges. Initially, maybe they'll pay higher cost. Later, may even have hard access to finance. That's why it's important to prepare in advance, because if the day X comes, then it may be a little too late to go back, all the processes and see, how it works. Also having this data, it's not so kind of transparent, and I'm not talking about kind of intentional greenwashing that, someone is pretending to be sustainable while they're not, but there are situations where it really kind of takes data and maps and academia to kind of establish what impact it is making to our environment, and in these situations to kind of see if some processes or some products can be changed, or if they should go to innovation agency and ask for funds or some kind of revolutionary things, some innovative things. Because also, Audrey, you mentioned, the sectors that needs to green, like construction, agriculture. We can't live without those sectors. They are one of the largest polluters now. They have to transform, and it's not kind of a straightforward part. It requires innovation. Some innovations can fail. If they want to know if they are on the right path, they need to have this data. They need to be able to compare with their kind of previous practices, with other peers. And that's why I would say, data is key in order to know that we are on the right track. And I think all of you who are in this area, you really kind of heard stories or read some news where some things were not so green as they looked on the kind of wrapping paper.
Yeah.
I just want a quick reaction. Very much agree on the future funding challenges for the companies which are not going towards the green. Currently, the banks are asking much more data from their clients. Already, for example, some of the industries have some sort of risks and challenges in access of the capital, that it's more difficult for them to get the capital, and later stages is going to be the cost side of it, right? I'm pretty sure ECB will come out with some sort of capital requirements, and increase in capital requirements, hence the punishment for the companies funding for the brown projects. But I also wanted to kind of reply a little bit on the kind of data. I'm very proud of the work we're doing with, all the banks coming together within the Lithuanian Banking Association, association and launching projects, free projects for the clients, such as GHG emission calculator or the questionnaire, what type of the questions the banks are asking the clients, and so the clients would be aware what type of the data they need. We did soil degradation model funded from our pockets, private, which is readily available. So I think we are doing very I like this thing that the private sector is investing, the public sector is also trying the best to do what is to accelerate this transformation. Hence I'm saying that I really much believe in this public-private partnership. But are there challenges? For sure, and there's going to be many more to come.
Okay, thank you. You almost, with half of that answer, almost stole my next question, but I'm going to ask anyway. The European Union's requirement for sustainability-related information, first of all, was directed to finance sector, right? So you could, I think, easily say that the finance sector by far is the most experienced sector now in collecting and reporting such data. And this almost links me back to the bureaucracy side that Teresa was talking about. But is the sustainability data disclosure impact banks' willingness to fund green projects?
Whether there's a direct link between disclosures and the funding, I don't believe so. Mm-hmm. Having said that, your comment is very much right. Financial sector is one of the, if not the first sector being hit by all these different regulations. And when we talk about these CSRD taxonomy regulations, that's something which is very seen by the public. What is not seen by the public is all the work European Central Bank is doing, and having various different expectations for a financial sector to basically integrate environmental, social, and governance risks into your decision-making process. So we already, as SEB, we said no to hundreds of millions of loans just because it does not match sustainability criteria. We are not participating in those. And that's our KPIs, internal, right? What we are believing, but also that's something from European Central Bank which is coming. And you might be surprised, but European Central Bank is already at the late December, I think, or beginning of this year, announced that around 20 banks in Europe, luckily we're not one of them, but will get penalties for not matching and not doing enough in order to battle climate change. So those things are happening. So, and financial sector is one of the first ones, not the only one. Construction, transportation, agri sector, which is super complicated when we talk about decarbonizations and sustainability. Those will be hit. Those are already being mentioned in all different decarbonization targets. So if I was a business in a high emitting industry, for sure, that's one of my top risks, to integrate. So yes, sorry, I deviated, but to answer into your question, banks were one of the first. The agenda is only increasing. We have multiple of colleagues working directly on that. We have big teams integrated into this matrix organization who are trying to integrate all the needed things. However, we do have challenges, and those challenges are with data, and those challenges are with the correct models, how to really take into account correctly those risks.
Okay, thank you. I can see we have only 3 minutes left, so I would like to wrap it up on a positive note, and usually the positive note is about looking to the future and high hopes. So I would like to finish this with a question: if we were to sit here, let's say 3 to 5 years in this very same panel, how would you say each of your initiatives of transforming Lithuania's economy into green, when would you say it's success? How would you measure the success in your areas of work? Okay, let's do 3 years. No one does the 5-year plans anymore. We'll start from you, Vaida.
So, since our action plan is for the duration of 3 years, so I hope that we will implement the plan and we'll produce the results that we were intending. So I would say, it is pretty straightforward. But of course, in those 3 years, I don't think it will be the end. I would say, there is there is a reason that also the goal of the EU and Lithuania is to reach those climate goals by 2050. As you said, like no one plans for 5 years anymore, let's do 3 years, but in some cases we do
20.
plan for kind of, decades, because the ambition is really high, and I would say we are at the kind of start of the process. One thing I'm happy about is that in energy sector, we really kind of accelerated our plans, but it didn't came from climate change. It came from the war, but it means that it's possible with the very right motivation. So I really hope that, in 3 years' time, we have a very strong motivation about the climate as well.
Well, it's great to see that we didn't waste a crisis, So, okay, thank you. Teresa, you?
First of all, I'd really like to note that in a few years' time, it would be very good for the majority of Lithuanian business to not only identify the green transformation, the new EU requirements as regulations, but to also see the opportunities in transforming their industry processes, in investing in R&D technologies. Because yes, it is a long-term process and the profits may not be yet just very soon, but the ultimate goal, I believe, it is for businesses to understand that by investing in green technologies, you can really be a step forward in terms of international competitiveness. And when speaking of specific KPIs, as I've said earlier, when we're looking to the EU Eco-Innovation Index, I believe that we need to make a progress here, and also within the Innovation Agency Lithuania, in terms of internal KPIs, we really need to increase the overall amount of companies applying to our both energy efficiency measures and, of course, the green technological R&D measures.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that, innovation is the goal coming from the Innovation Hub. That's very good to hear. Thank you.
As a person, I'm very optimistic in general, and I think we are on the right track, especially because we're focusing on the right things from the, for example, energy transformation. Energy is such an important, it's around 70–75% of all the global emissions, right? So if we can tackle that, and I think the government is working really well on kind of transforming, into renewables. That's the fundamental backbone. Yeah, and I think personally, as a bank, we really are focusing on our KPIs in terms of decarbonization, in terms of the increase in green financing. I'll give you an example. At the beginning of December, we had around 80 million of green exposure. Now it's over 1 billion. So kind of that also shows attraction, that companies are interested and they want to do that. So I'm being very optimistic, and I think together we can do some really great stuff.
It's a perfect sentence to finish this panel. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Round of applause for our panelists, and we invite you to have a quick refreshment. It's a very quick 20-minute break. I think I chewed into it by a few minutes, so maybe 17-minute break now. And whoever comes first gets the best seats at the front, so don't be late to come back. Thank you very much. Everyone, you came back. It's good news. Very happy to see that. For those who still not find any places, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 10 places here at the front. So please do come back. And for those who don't want to come back but want to continue to talk, I would like to move further away at the coffee place so those who want to listen to the panelists can hear them. So this is the second part of our event today. It's actually quite fast-paced and insight-packed, and I'm very happy to say that the second part is presented by Swedbank, and the topic of it is business transformation. So without further ado, we're going to get our first speaker for this.
And our first speaker for today will be Justa Pranskevičiūtė. She's sustainability expert, professional, reporting expert with a realistic approach. What that means, Justa?
Okay, let's try to find out. Okay?
Let's try to find out, and welcome on the stage, Justa.
Thank you so much. Hello. So today we're going to look a little bit beyond all that hype, noise, and scare. Let's have some honest insight. How does it look like when we start reporting process? As I was introduced, I'm Justa Pranskevičiūtė, and the only thing I do is reporting sustainability and sustainability strategy. So basically, I help both private and public companies to tackle this huge, noisy issue. First thing first, what we always face is this LinkedIn versus reality phenomena. We are so eager to give ourselves participation badges. We celebrate our commitments, we celebrate something, we celebrate strategy, we celebrate ideas, but very rarely we celebrate results. Very rarely we celebrate the process. And we get trapped in this noise, how cool they are, how good everybody is. Everyone is planting trees. Look at this, look at that. And every time I open LinkedIn myself, I feel depressed. I feel I'm gonna die. Next time I open it, I feel like, oh, everything is so good. We are so nice. And the idea is that this all is bullshit. Please, please stop it. Stop it. Let's look at the core. Let's cancel the noise, because we are the ones who are creating that. And out of courtesy, we are celebrating each other. We get a lot of likes, a lot of cares, a lot of hearts, and everybody is congratulating each other. But actually, we are doing sort of nothing or very little, because usually all those PR stunts are cherries on top, are something that we are eager to celebrate. So every time we start with the client, it starts with confusion. Because everybody has different opinions where they stand. Some feel like they are total losers because their equipment is old and they do not have huge flashy initiatives, or somebody feels like a champion because they planted 100 trees last week, and so on and so forth. So let's come down, let's eliminate confusion by taking it step by step. So first thing, to understand our reporting, irrelevant of the standards, is to understand our stakeholders. Who has a legit right to ask us for something? Who has power to influence our business? Who actually cares what we do? And do we know? Do we really know their expectations? Do we know their grievances? And how it maps against our strategy, how it maps within our processes? Some stakeholders might be well integrated in our supply chains, may be well integrated in our daily activities, and we have very tight relationships with them. So we should focus on those stakeholders who have power and who have interest. In other words, who are legit stakeholders to whom we feel committed, to whom we need to report. Second stop is impacts. We need to understand what is actual impacts of our activity. And all activities, all businesses, everything has certain impacts, negative, positive, intended, unintended, direct, indirect, and so on. So basically, next step, we have to map out where we cause change or what is going on and what would be if our activities would stop. What would be gained or lost by society and the environment. And this is where you need someone to guide you. This is where you need probably a consultant or some professional who can guide you, but nobody can tell you what your actual impacts are. You have to decide, you have to map those out. When we have impacts, we need to see how material they are. So what that we are making impact? What is the size? What is the magnitude? And what is the magnitude today? And what is the impact? What is the materiality of those impacts in the future? In the future, we have to look in the future in terms as we look in any other strategies or any other reporting. If we are looking in our businesses, let's say 5 years ahead, so we need to look at those impacts also 5 years ahead. We need to think. We need to make sure that everybody who makes decisions understands what kind of impacts we make and what kind of materiality it possesses. And at this point, it is very, tricky because companies start to accelerate, like we can do this, we can do that, let's celebrate, let's make a PR stunt on LinkedIn, let's give an interview to Verslo žinios about our impacts, about materiality and about changes. Stop. We need to look at technical boundaries. We might want to be very green, extremely green, but at the same time we can become very much dead because the technology is not here. Or maybe technology is not reliable. Maybe technology is extremely expensive. Maybe I don't have skills and right set of personnel to implement that technology. So technology boundaries, meaning our understanding of our processes and presenting our business case to anyone who's gonna read the report is like fourth pillar stone of the reporting. And anytime we start to make some commitments and try to find some solutions, we need to understand who's gonna pay for that. Is the market ready to pay some premium for premium product? Are we ready to invest and maybe take some burden on ourselves and treating it as an investment for the future? Or maybe we have some public initiatives like discussed today, where a state is willing to pitch in so that we are able to offer more sustainable, greener, or less damaging products and services. Anytime you would ask your clients or any stakeholders what they would expect, they will all expect something ecological, green, nice, vegan, whatever. We all would expect that from our suppliers. But how many of you are ready to pay the premium? And the hard data that I work with clients shows that little to no one is ready to pay the premium. So we can talk about trends, talk about future, talk about expectations, and become dead because it is unsustainable business-wise. So no matter how green you want to become, you have to remain alive. So fifth pillar is understanding who is going to pay for that. Then we have all this vision, then we understand who wants what and what are our impacts and who is paying for what. we need to understand where do we are in supply chain. What is our power to require our suppliers? What is our power downstream? Do we have a say in clients' opinions? Do we have a say in retailers and so on and so on? How much information we can get from them? Or are we just a small company with no power in the supply chain? So we have to adjust our expectations and commitments accordingly. If we buy materials from super massive giants, how are you going to change anything that they supply you? You have to understand where is your place in the supply chain and what is your power. And the second part is data. We discussed data already a couple of times today. It was mentioned. It is very complicated. It is insufficient, and companies do not have data, and blah, 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 blah. All companies have their data. All data is there. The trick is that this data is in different metrics, because nobody buys materials only in tons or kilos. Nobody buys services in meters. Everything comes in very different units, and everything comes in different invoices, in different contracts. Something is bought as a service, something is bought as a stock, and so on and so forth. So basically, managing data is a huge challenge for the company, and you need a very thoughtful consultant who can guide you and who can make sure that you are able to disclose relevant or material data in the future in any time. Meaning that we can control our warehouses and understand how much stock we have. Same with sustainability data. If we can make sure that all measurements are unified, companies should be able to produce any sort of data at any given time. So this is very important, and this has to do a lot of this ERP, the stock management, this all hard work, which is not fancy and glancy, and there is nothing to brag about on LinkedIn. When we have data and we have material topics and we already start compiling our report, please remember the balance, because we have to report on negative effects too. And remember, everything we do has some negative effect on environment or on society. The question is, how do we manage those? We cannot focus only on good things or on our achievements or on our projects, initiatives, commitments, and flashy presentations. We need to address negative stuff we do, because to produce anything or supply service, we need people. Those people get sick, maybe some get injured, we need some resources, we have emissions, we have waste, our product does something in the later life cycle stages, and so on. So we need to address the balance. Just like in financial reporting, non-profitable companies which generate losses also report their losses. It's not that financial reporting is only for profitable companies. Same goes with sustainability reporting. It's not only for very nice and high flyers and achievers. It is for everyone, and it has to be balanced. When we already achieve some balance, we need to make sure that it is integrated integrated widely within the company. In other words, that people who are making decisions understand. People who are making decisions within your community, company, whatever, are able to communicate to their teams what kind of commitments, what kind of disclosures we have, what kind of impacts we are managing. It has to be a normal part of everyday business. And I'm a strong believer that you don't even need a sustainability strategy, just like you don't have profitability strategy, because profit is generated by, generating revenue and minimizing expenses, in general, right? So everyone in the company knows their place, right? Who has to increase revenues, who has to minimize costs. Same goes with sustainability. Then we are talking about energy efficiency. We are talking about emissions becoming green. We need to talk with our energy people. We need to go to boiler rooms and to ask them, okay, what can you change to make sure that we save some, margin of natural gas, electricity, and so on. Integration is done on the floor. You need to bring all those disclosures, all those mappings, understanding to the people who actually deliver. And the last part is communication. Then we already have our disclosures aligned, no matter which standard, no matter which approach you take. We always take into account stakeholders, impacts, materiality, business models or technical boundaries, and we also take into account the market. We present our disclosures, right? Assure that there is a balance. We make sure that everyone is involved. We need to step up this communication. Communication should assure that we get something of it, that company has some value, that it creates value for the company. So this should be aimed for, our clients, communities, regulators, in order to make sure that they understand us, in order to make sure that they appreciate that we are transparent, we are balanced, and we don't make false claims. I strongly believe that this is the way to go. We have to calm down a little, make some lengthy and not very pleasant process of mapping out our stakeholders, mapping out our materialities, mapping out our impacts, and reporting correctly. And at this point, we have an army of consultants and those who are trying to scare us. We hear every time that's like double materiality, this, double materiality that. You have to pay 2,000, 5,000, 20,000 for double materiality assessment. Relax. Everything is doable, and it is done by doing, not by talking and having lengthy presentations or flashy LinkedIn posts. So get real, don't be scared, and please don't abuse the hype. Make sure that anything you communicate adds value to your organization. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Justa, and thank you, audience, for keeping your attention. I would like now to introduce the next panel discussion. It's quite nicely linked to what we were speaking this morning, that to transform the Lithuania's economy, we have to transform businesses. And to transform businesses, we need to switch off Juste's microphone, please. And to transform businesses, we need innovation. And where does innovation come from? And innovation needs funding. So these topics going to be discussed in the next panel, and I would like to invite the moderator, Andra Bognaraite. Hi, Andra, the partner at the First Pick VC. Please take a seat and introduce your panelists, whichever you want. You, the host now. Nico, thanks.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hey, super happy to see such a big crowd today.
Yeah, good.
I'm looking forward to this discussion as well. So now I'll invite the panelists one by one, and afterwards maybe they'll introduce themselves a little bit better. But let's start from the beginning. So please welcome Eleonora Sakalauskaitė, Head of Sustainability at Swedbank Impact Management. Raimondo Pili, Senior Corporate Partnerships Associate at Plug and Play Accelerator. Ruta, are you here somewhere? Oh, you're here. Hi. Please welcome to the stage, Head of Impact and ESG at Contrarian Ventures. And Justas Brazauskas, SAP Consultant at Accenture. I'm thinking if we need another microphone, but perhaps we'll be able to share. Yeah? Good. Let's do that. All right. So we have about 40 minutes to discuss a very broad topic with a very diverse group of people. So it will be interesting to see where the discussion goes along the way. But the main goal is to talk about impact investing and how it can help companies unlock growth. So we'll talk about how investors make decisions, whether they're looking for impact companies or not, how the landscape is changing today, what are some of the best practices in making investments, how funds measure their own financial returns, and whether financial returns are more important than impact metrics. And then we'll also talk about the role of corporates in this whole space, as well as startups, and how they can help unlock growth when looking for better impact metrics. So a lot of topics. Let's see if we'll be able to fit in. But in the beginning, I would like to ask the panelists, we have another microphone, super. Would like to ask the panelists to begin with a short introduction. So we know who you are, but it would also be great to hear what's your connection to impact investing at a particular company that you represent, so that we all have common ground in the beginning of this discussion. So Ruta, maybe you would like to start.
Sure. So hello everyone, my name is Ruta and I'm coming from Contrarian Ventures. We are a venture capital fund. Currently we do have 2 funds, and the second one is according to SFDR Article 8, and we are making sustainable and impact investments. So we're going to cover that a bit later on. Funds has almost around 100 million assets under management, and yeah, I mean, myself, I'm head of ESG and impact, meaning that I'm working with all of the investments in the fund, making sure with the ESG due diligence process and all the ESG factors are being assessed, and helping portfolio companies setting impact KPIs and making sure that those really contribute to our investment strategy and creates the impact while being in our portfolio and going further.
Thanks. I think Contrarian is definitely a good example in the Baltic ecosystem on how to run an impact fund. How many companies have you invested in already?
In both funds, it's around 21, something like that. And we are, I mean, with the second fund, we are actively making investments, so it's very much in progress. With the fund 2, currently we have like 5 already, and going further, it's going to be increased around 20, I would think so. And for all of them, we're gonna set those impact KPIs, gonna measure the impact that in the end, our aim would be to translate those into the greenhouse gases, whether it's reduction, avoidance, or any kind of other metrics related to the GHG.
Super, thanks a lot. And those of you who haven't heard of Contrarian, I think their biggest investment, most successful one that's known in Lithuania is PVKs. So perhaps you've come across this name somewhere. Great, Eleonora, maybe we could also hear from you. How are things at Swedbank and how are you looking at impact?
Things are fantastic. So I'm responsible for coordination of sustainability area. We invest pension money. Now we have the value of 3 billion euros, so huge responsibility. And I'm responsible for sustainability strategy, finding good metrics to measure and finding the impact metrics as well. But we would like to support our local government, as well our local companies, and as well to bring global challenges, deal with global challenges as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. 3 billion assets under management. Wow, this is a huge fund. Could you give us a couple of examples? Where do you invest, just so that we understand better your role in the economy?
Yeah, we have very diverse portfolio. We invest in ETFs, global companies. We invest in government bonds. We invest in corporate bonds. We invest in alternative investments as well, venture capitals. We do not invest directly to startups, but we invest through venture capital funds. So very diverse portfolio.
Yeah, right. Oof, broad portfolio for sure. Raimonda, a couple of words about Plug and Play. You also have many interesting ways how you work with impact, right?
Hello, nice to meet you everyone. My name is Raimundo Pili and I work for Plug and Play. We are one of the most active venture capital fund in the world, early stage investor, based out of Silicon Valley. Recently we launched our operations here in Lithuania and I have the pleasure to manage our accelerator program. They were managing here together with the government, Ministry of Economy and Innovation, and Innovation Agency as our governmental partner. And across an average of like 300 investments per year worldwide, I would say that, of course, impact investments is definitely like an area of focus and something that we take into account. We have our Drive program, which is focused on diverse inclusion investments, and as part of this initiative we have also a program specifically focused on supporting like female founders, which is Founder, that's the name of the program. And yes, so I'm looking forward to this discussion. It's a pleasure to be here, of course.
Super, 300 startups per year, another huge portfolio. It's interesting to see how many different players we have here. And Justas, also a couple of words on Accenture. I know that you guys are also doing several things when it comes to impact, not only investing, but also helping companies, right?
Yes, so first of all, thanks a lot, Rockit, for invitation. So Accenture is both a close friend and close neighbor of Rockit. We're just next door. And yes, Accenture is known as a global consulting and technology company, but it has its own corporate venture capital arm, which is investing in startups. We have a project called Spotlight, where we have around 70 startups, and some of them they have very direct focus on sustainability and impact. And yes, we measure both the financial performance, but the sustainability and impact aspect is also very important to us.
Yeah, and that's maybe a very good link to the first question that I wanted to ask you. There are several terms that typically are used interchangeably: ESG investing, sustainability investing, and impact investing. And not a lot of us know that actually there's a difference between them. And sometimes we blend them together just because it's still, you know, we're still learning about impact, still learning about sustainability. Maybe you could help us untangle this particular terminology and just maybe Ruta, you could do it, help us explain.
Sure, of course. So I mean, from our perspective, in the first place, sustainable investments or ESG framework overall, we are approaching as a, again, ESG due diligence or the assessment of the company. How does it look like? before making the investment. And it's not only E, meaning like environmental stuff, it's as well like social and governance, such as diversity and inclusion, anti-bribery and corruption, data management, security, so on and so forth. And then, so that is like sort of the standing point of the company. How does it look like? And indeed, and it's in our portfolio, we are assessing, making sure that, we are focusing on sort of the most material factors or areas where the portfolio company needs to work on, because it's not like one framework for each of them. And impact, it's again super individual. What's the main output of the company? So like before making the investment, of sure, we are assessing the ESG framework, but impact, it's like what the business aims to do, aims to change, create, deliver, reduce, or whatever. So it's more like, in the end, again, like setting those targets, as it was said, again, like usually it's not set already for like 3 years. So usually what we might do, it's around like maybe 5-8 years. Each year, what we aim to see, and in the end, what we want to be delivered from the portfolio company.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think that's a very, very good explanation. And from what I hear is that at Contrarian, you do both the assessment before making the decision and then helping the companies set impact goals once they receive the money.
Yeah, it is both. And actually it is assessing and then, again, like holding in our portfolio, like it's like the performance of the company all the time, and it's being like in our portfolio. It's not only before the investment,
All right. How about at Swedbank? Is it also that you assess the companies, or you're more focused on the impact that you can potentially create together?
In general, we use this standard practice how sustainable investing is structured in 3 phases. So the first phase, as everyone knows, is more responsible, socially responsible investing. So it means that there is no go for certain investments like tobacco, weapons, or maybe companies with no human rights policy. So this is the same as buying a t-shirt in the process that you say, synthetic fabric is no go for me, So this is for us the first layer. The second layer is ESG, or like features that you want to select certain companies based on certain indicators, For example, CO2 emission levels, for us it's important, board diversity, that it will be kind of more balanced women and men, maybe water consumption and so on and so forth. And then on top we use ESG scores just to show is the company or fund really takes care of all the ESG risks, and it will not impact the return of investment or value of the company in case these risks are not managed very well. So these aspects from ESG investing are kind of like taken into account. And then the last one, so impact investing, means that we are willing to search for the companies, for example, that they are kind of avoiding X amount of CO2 emissions, Or for example, because we will invest into certain company, it will increase by 15% local economy employment level, Very concrete measurements. So, and we, of course, at the moment, we are taking care of our first 2, ESG investing and social screening, and impact investing is our bright future that we would like to do, but the issue is that there is no data comparable at the moment,
Yeah, it's exciting to see how much both of you are doing at Contrarian and at Swedbank. I have to be honest, so we are an early stage venture capital fund and also an accelerator. And right now we position ourselves as an Article 6 fund. So, we are starting to incorporate impact and ESG metrics into our decision making, but to a very small extent. So it's more like, just to have sort of like a consultory role, if I can put it like this. It does not necessarily mean that we will not invest in a company because it has like poorer ESG scores. How about plug and play? Do you also have a very strict criteria when making investment decisions, or is it more about learning and helping startups to become more sustainable in the long run?
I think it is both. One of the most interesting aspects, I believe, about our approach to impact investments is that Plug and Play does mainly 3 things. So we are, as I said, like a venture capital fund, early stage investor, but we do also run accelerator programs, and we provide corporate partners, about like 570 corporate partners worldwide, with open innovation services, which means that we create connections between these corporate partners, these large private and sometimes also public organizations and startups. I think that across like these activities that we do in this second pillar, so investments, accelerator program, and then there is the second one, open innovation, where we facilitate collaboration between startups and corporations. It is there that we highly take into account how these startups can impact and affect the development, like the business and innovation of our corporate partners. And in this sense, it's not only a matter of being a portfolio company, when you are part of Plug and Play, in terms of how we can support you, like in having an impact as a startup, but also how we can support, like for example, pivoting the solution into a more impact and sustainable area. I have a practical example from our accelerator program that we're running now. It's actually, unfortunately, not a success story, and I'm going to briefly explain why in short, but we do have a startup that is an incredible solution. They do their name Engines. Probably if you're listening like to the streaming, they're going to be happy about listening me talking about them. But like they provide genetical tests focused like on sport athletes, so like to basically diagnose diseases, etc. And one of our corporate partners, back to Germany, Adidas, which I'm sure that you know, they are running like a program to support like female, to basically facilitate access to sport to female athletes. So, of course, like a solution as the Engines one can have like an impact. And we kind of pivoted and supported them in applying like for that program as well. So I think that like as gatekeeper of this large open innovation platform that connects the dots between corporation, innovators, startups, university, research centers, etc. Again, opening the doors can also have an impact. It's not only like making investments, but facilitating connections and access like to different opportunities to facilitate these solutions to scale on an impact level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so definitely a lot that you are doing then, right? Not only investing, but also looking at corporate partnerships, open innovation, how to help corporates reach their goals by working with startups, which is very interesting. But I have like maybe a provocative question to everyone. So, you know, if we look 5-10 years ago, we didn't talk that much about impact or sustainability investing at all. And now all of a sudden it seems like it's embedded into the core of the strategy of all the participants of today's discussion. So do you think that this is something that you actually honestly believe at your company? Or, you know, you are still saying like, yeah, but the company still has to be good, well-performing in terms of financials, you know, impact comes second, or is this really like at the core of what you do? How is it at Contrarian? Maybe you could tell us. Like comparing now and like 5 years ago, or just or I think overall? Today, like yeah, what is your strategy looking today in terms of this? Yeah, maybe we are in this sort of, you know, luxury position because we are investing only climate tech, meaning that, you know, all of the startups, they are very much into like impact and change something and to deliver it. But yeah, anyways, you might face like, as you know, like the portfolio company might be in like renewable energy sector, which they might think, you know, we are like already so sustainable, no need to think about like S or G part, for example, right? So I think there is still like way to improve and maybe to educate everyone in the ecosystem, especially maybe some other investors, because, you know, you might hear like quite a lot of skeptical opinions or like, what's the point of that, so on and so forth. So from our perspective, I think we are in a very good track. Indeed, there is always like lots of places to improve and like to start and establish something internally. So we have like lots of ideas what to do going further. But yeah, at the same time, lots of things to do with our portfolio companies, our stakeholders, and yeah, overall in the ecosystem. Yeah, so still in progress, right? How about, I don't know, how about you guys? Would you say like, I really want to invest into the company, it's performing financially so well, and then like turn a blind eye into the ESG score, or is this really an integral part of investment decision making?
Who wants? Okay, I can start. So sustainability is the main strategy of our investments. And of course, not all the companies at the moment might be very sustainable, and this is exactly what we would like to support, the change. So investing in very, very good companies at the moment, it means that we are supporting these good businesses and helping them to innovate more. But of course, we don't need to forget heavy emitting companies at the moment are not doing very right stuff. You know, that we would change business models, and this is where impact comes actually, yes, that you can change it. So, but we also see from the good ESG ratings, so these companies usually with very high scores, it means they have better operational efficiency, they innovate more or invest in technologies, so it means that they also have less staff turnover, less costs from compliance perspective, and in general it means that the value of a company is kind of more stable, or it can kind of return is much better over time. So, you know, this is the strategy.
Yeah, you actually see that the companies have better returns if they embed impact as one of their key goals.
Yeah, at the moment there is a trend. We don't know how it will turn out. Of course, all companies will be turning to the sustainable practice, so maybe it will change over time. But at the moment, if you look at the MSCI ESG scores or general world index, so we see that a little bit better performing with ESG aspects.
Yeah, I guess that's what makes it so important. Justai, I think you also wanted to say something, did you?
Yes, so in terms of sustainability, we say that every company will become a sustainable company. Every startup will have to become a sustainable startup. And both profitability and sustainability will be needed for the long-term success. So those are not mutually exclusive. And I just also wanted to give a bit more examples on impact and how Accenture is looking at it. That we, of course, have startups which have very direct impact with their services and products, but also Accenture is initiating some programs, for example, Black Founders Development Program, which helps Black founders to do their startups. And actually, the impact comes to the Black communities from the founders, from the example. It's not directly from the products and services. So this is just another angle how to look at this impact.
Yeah, absolutely. We sometimes forget that it includes so many things, right? It's diversity, it's environment, it's corporate governance, so really a lot of criteria. But how about your own fund performance? Is there any link between, I know that at Contrarian there is, I actually really wanted you to share the story how your funds returns are actually linked to how well the companies are doing in terms of impact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we do. So Fund 2, which is, as I said, SFDR 8, we are linking 30% of our financial carry to the performance of all of those impact KPIs. So indeed, like those results we're gonna see like, I don't know, like 5-8 years most probably. But anyways, if we don't reach those, again, it depends like on the ownership of each portfolio company in our fund. But yeah, it's gonna make this really financial impact to us. Yeah, what to mention, it's to us, it's not like to the portfolio companies, but what we do and how do we set those impact KPIs, they are very much aligned with the business targets of each portfolio company, meaning that if those business targets or if those impact KPIs are not being achieved, it has a negative impact for the portfolio companies because it's very much linked to their business strategy or business targets. And for us, it makes a financial impact. So that really creates this communication and engagement in between us and the companies, making sure that, you know, we are very much into for them to achieve those. And at the same time, portfolio companies really want to achieve those just because, you know, it's like very much what their business is about.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like this is really at the core of your strategy.
That's a dedication.
One thing that we have been talking about is that of course, it's important to really have the strong tie between financial and impact results. But at the same time, companies are struggling because different funds measure impact differently. And there is no unified practice of how to actually report to your investors and how then those investors can report to their limited partners. Do you see this as one of the struggles of companies that, you know, they go to one impact fund, to another, to the third, and everyone is asking for different things and they don't know how to measure where the company stands today and where it might be in the future?
Yeah, I think that definitely the fact that there is no, let's say, a common approach makes sometimes startups struggling when they have to research like for funding, because of course, like every different funds, again, measures like, for example, the importance of ESG score, like, and in a different way. But at the same time, I think my opinion is that like the variety of approaches like stimulates like innovation and impact investments and impact like solutions in general. So like, even though this makes it more difficult somehow for startup to access to fundings, at the same time it stimulates much more competition. And at the end of the day, it is what we are looking for also, not only to perform like better investments and to improve like the competition within venture capital, but also to stimulate like these funders to do better, because they are those that we expect to make the changes like that are going to affect again like the world, like sustainability and impact. So despite like different standards might make more difficult for founders access to investments, I think that overall like it can be a good thing because they stimulate competition in general.
And maybe one quick thing to add as well, like in terms of investors, totally agree what Raimondo has mentioned. And then like what we do, and usually what in the market venture capitals we try to do. So like if you have any other co-investors you can work with, so like setting those impact KPIs and everything, we really try to align and work together. So you know, it's not like us coming with our requirements and framework, and then you have other 2 or 3 investors coming over with their own requirements. So we really try to align to see what's like our approach and their own approach, and then sort of make it as a one exercise, but not like 5 different exercises with different approaches and, you know, like targets, metrics, reporting framework, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you see some tools maybe already? Are you using something internally for this, or is it still like very individualized? I don't know. Eleonora, I think you wanted to comment. Or you wanted to comment to the previous question?
A little bit to the previous question, maybe just how we try to understand what is impact. I think this is the biggest problem, that impact is understood in totally different ways and levels. So for example, there are 3 layers of what it is communicated right now. So the first is kind of input. Oh, we gave 100 million of euros to the forestry market. So someone is thinking, well, this is impact, but this is just input, yeah? The second layer is output. So it means what you can do with this 100 million euros. We can plant 5,000 trees, yes? So it's still not an impact, it's just kind of output. And then the third layer is outcome. What these trees can do, like with 5,000, then you can say we have saved X amount of CO2 emissions, yes? So this is already something more tangible. And the last one, the most important, is impact. So that's exactly what has happened, yes, because of that action. So you can say maybe 20% the wildlife has increased due to the forestry, kind of more trees planted. Maybe X amount of jobs were created and helped, you know, community to raise the salary levels and so on. So at the moment we see, and we also we ourselves participating in all these layers, just because this education is a little bit more needed, and we communicate what we can at the moment. Yeah. So, but the main goal is impact.
Yes, and for this, are there any tools that companies typically use, or is it, you know, very individualized?
So at least we use all these worldwide known data providers, MSCI, Sustainalytics, that they try to give us input metrics and impact metrics. So what we see, we cannot get at the moment this real impact what we would like to get. So usually it's measured as green revenue from the total company sales. Yes, so if you sell, I don't know, food and sell green energy, so we will see how much, what's the share of green energy, yeah, in your portfolio. But in general, it's also not an impact. It just shows, you know, how good you are in the sales of green products. So I think there is a way to go in defining in which industry what it means certain impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And at Accenture, I think you do have several tools, right? That the companies that you work with also are using to help them measure their impact.
Yes, so for example, in Accenture Venture portfolio, we have a startup, Pulsara, which is providing a platform, software as a service for companies to measure report and improve the ESG numbers. And in our portfolio, we have another startup which helps investors to compare ESG numbers from different platforms. So we have solutions, tools for companies and investors. And actually, Accenture is really acting as a bridge between startups and big clients and customers which could use those solutions and platforms. And yeah, we are really looking for these sustainability solutions which have really this impact, but also scale, which could go on a big scale.
Yeah, and we often tend to think that the easiest way to innovate is probably for startups, right? Because they're so small, they're so lean, they can do many things. How are corporates innovating today? How are they working with startups or without them to actually change and transform internally and reach their own impact goals? What is happening in the market right now?
I think that, so again, we do big part, I would say, of our business, Plug and Play, is supporting corporate within this open innovation activities. So like for who's not familiar with the concept of open innovation, they externalize part of their innovation activities. And via providers, us, or like, for example, Accenture was mentioning, like they do it through startups. Rather than, for example, trying to find a solution with their internal R&D department. And it's something that was, let's say, has been existing for long, but it was it started officially like back in 2003 with a Cheeseburg work. And I will say that they are doing like a lot of efforts and there is a lot of impact. So again, here we run an accelerator program, but we do run about like 64 accelerator programs worldwide. And the first one that we were running in the EMEA region was with BNP Paribas. And there's been a big focus like on financial sustainability. Like there was, for example, a great success story of a startup, the person I really like, which is named Economy. And they've been launching a pilot with BNP Paribas. It's a B2C solution to measure like impacts like of like the account owners, like in terms of their in terms of emissions, like in terms of like CO2 production within their activities. I think that when you like find the right connection between a large private organization, which of course has like a certain economical and in terms, of course, of tools like potential, with the creativity of the startups, with like the, you know, the dream behind like a team of like early stage first time founders or second time founders. This is something that can really make the difference and have a great impact, because sometimes the large organizations, as of course, like for example, it happens in the case of bank, they have the potential like to do something to really make the difference, but sometimes within the large organization is different to foster like creativity and innovation, let's say, in a very genuine way. So I think that creating like these connections is something that can really make an impact, and we measure that on a daily basis.
But it's still not the only way, right? I mean, companies can also innovate without startups, can they?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Justai, do you see this at Accenture, that, you know, companies are transforming, they're finding ways how to grow, to innovate?
Yes, so companies, they can innovate without startups, but it usually takes longer to get the same speed as startups are doing. So what Accenture is doing is not doing it alone, but with other technology partners like Microsoft, SAP, and so on, to have accelerators. And for example, together with SAP, which is also a software company, we have an accelerator on sustainability, where we have startups which create innovative, fast solutions for big corporates which are using SAP and would like to have better capabilities on, for example, extracting or reporting on ESG data and so on. Sustainable supply chain is another hot topic. So I would say that the magic happens when there are big players, big corporates and startups working together, because from these synergies we have a best effect.
All right, yeah, it's interesting to see again how many different angles there are, right? So we're coming to an end of this discussion, which I feel could last for another 3 hours if Rockit only gave us the opportunity. But for the ending words, let's imagine the future 10, 15 years from now. What impact investing could look like? Is there a way where we would put impact above anything else, above financial metrics, to make sure that we are, we save the planet in the end of the day, right? What's your take on the future of impact investing? What it will look like?
I would say so that if we're gonna see like in upcoming years, really the financial performance and impact investments doing pretty well, I think that more and more investors in this ecosystem gonna come up as well, meaning that as well, like more startups, not necessarily startups, but overall like the stakeholders in this ecosystem, such as regulators, so on and so forth again. But anyways, like, I think we're gonna just have to prove the results, that it's really not the idea, or something nice to have. And then we're gonna indeed have some more players in this field. And I think maybe like unfortunately, but anyways, regulators are making huge impact in this field. Again, like our fund was established 2017, but it's changing in some ways rapidly just because the regulators are coming into the field. So I think like in 5-10 years, we're gonna have like more structured way of all the regulations, frameworks of reporting, and way more startups, investors, and other players gonna come up here. So yeah, I am a believer here.
Good future.
Maybe I can continue, and I would be more related to transformation of business that are not working very well right now. And maybe just for interesting aspect, to give an example, some years ago, we have invested in Port of Tallinn, biggest port in the Baltics. So there we have ferries, we have cruise ship terminals, so lots of waste, lots of fuel used, garbage created. So in 2019, they had a huge kind of ambition to go to better zero economy. So what they have said, so by 2030, we would like to reduce energy used by 90% from non-renewable sources, yes? And they also have these cruise ship terminals where, people eat, drink, have fun, lots of garbage, lots of waste. So what to do with that? So they also said, we would like to recycle at least 70% of all of this waste that it is kind of like taken. For example, the ferries have invested, they have invested into very innovative systems that, for example, they're measuring how much fuel one trip takes. And this real-time navigation system even can say which way it's better to go in order to reduce fuel consumption. So they have reduced already by 15%, and so on and so forth. So this is exactly what we would like to continue to find these businesses and to help them to transform.
Perfect. Raimundo, Justas, what do you think? What the future awaits?
Yes, so I think sustainability and impact will be more and more on agenda of companies, startups, and however, profitability will remain also important. So I would say that companies, they still have to remain profitable. They have to sustain their business. So it will be at the same level. And where I see potential, actually, since Accenture is a technology company, we believe in those breakthrough innovations as AI, quantum computing, and so on. And at least my wish is that those technologies become part of a solution, not part of a problem. Because sometimes with technology innovation, we are even sometimes creating even more problem. Just an example is generative AI, which is very much energy-intensive technology, and the speed of development is faster than development of sustainable energy. So here we have challenges, but I'm optimist, and I think that the technologies and sustainability will find these synergies, and we will have future which is both sustainable and profitable.
I couldn't agree more with what has been just said. It's very difficult also to foresee how like the trends are going to evolve like in 10 to 15 years, honestly. But definitely as part of of my organization and as a person active like venture capital, what I could wish for is, so right now sometimes of course we speak about impact investing, like we use ESG words, like it's something that we touch upon like during the panel. There is a lot of in the field sometimes a lot of greenwashing, a lot of abuse like of buzzwords, which of course like it's still important, even though we can consider it as a positive thing because it raises like awareness about the importance like of these topics. But I really hope that once that this wow effect, let's say, of the buzzwords like the impact investing thing is going to be over, we're going to be able to integrate much more the impact investing as part of our investment strategy, not as something that we have to, but something that is normal, like as being part, so like of our investment strategy, when it's going to be much easier to match financial performances with impact investing, like metrics, etc. So this is something that I really hope that is going to happen. I can't tell you if it's going to happen like in 10 to 15 years, but I can definitely tell you that it's a direction towards which venture capital has to go, for sure.
Super. Thank you so much for your time and thanks for the discussion. Here's to a future where impact is at the core of every company. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruta, Andrea, Leonora, Raimondo, Justas. Thank you so much. So now we heard what the future are like, but the next panel will be about the present and what startups and big corporates and companies or businesses are doing in order to transform and what success stories we already have. So I would like to invite Vytautas Matulevičius, managing partner at Bossa Nova. He will be the moderator of the next panel discussion.
Hello. So welcome to the third panel of this wonderful Rockit Sustainability Forum. And first and foremost, let's give a round of applause to organizers for organizing this fantastic event. And now we're going to talk about the businesses that lead the change of concrete actions that businesses could do to lead the change to the better tomorrow. So let's invite our distinguished speakers. Donatas Šumila, head of startup partnerships at Swedbank. Hello. Giedrius Petkevičius, co-founder at Zerozone. Hello. And Dovilė Koncienė, who is responsible for strategic coordination at Lithuanian Post. Hi. Okay. So let's maybe start from the big picture. The research that my company, Bossa Nova, communications agency Bossa Nova, did with our partners at Milton Group in Baltic states and Finland showed that 63% of people in these societies want businesses to take an active role and engage when solving societal and environmental issues. And in Lithuania, this percent is even higher. It's 69% of our society that wants businesses to do something and do more in terms of tackling those issues. So maybe let's talk with what businesses can do. And let's start with you, Donatas. You're from Swedbank, and Swedbank is widely recognized and known as one of the most sustainable companies in Lithuania. And it's in the core of your business strategy to make an impact where you have competence. So maybe you could give us a couple of examples of what you mean by this and how you do that.
Well, first of all, really glad to see so many people here. I think the number, the percentage that you mentioned, was it 69?
69.
Yeah, so I think most of the people who might have answered, yes, I'm interested, I'm supporting, among us here today. So really, really glad that the numbers of people coming to sustainability-related events, I think, shows that it's an important issue in Lithuania. So what we do as the bank, I knew this question was coming, so I took some numbers. I think it will be very, very interesting to see the numbers. I mean, first of all, we have the same goal as the European Union, become carbon neutral by 2050. This is our Northern Star, nothing new, but, we're part of the EU, and this is where we want to get in 25 years. If talking about numbers, what we have done recently in the last 5 years, since 2019, we have decreased our CO2 emissions by 39%. All right, so this is quite good, I think, in 5 years.
That is impressive.
Yeah, quite good numbers. So, and the most impactful areas are, business related. So business trips. We operate in 4 different home markets. So employees used to travel a lot, maybe without many restrictions. There are more restrictions now. So I think it's a good focus. People would travel maybe without the right reason, or maybe for some other reasons. So I think there's more focus from a company to how they use the business trip expenses and so forth. So I think every business can do that. Just put a bit more control on the expenses that the business have. Another one is the bank-owned vehicle usage. All right, so there's a 72% reduction. So meaning the bank looked at its own operations, how we use our cars, and we said, maybe it's not needed, maybe you should use less. Again, every business can do that, right? So it's looking at yourself in the mirror and deducting. Also, 13% CO2 deduction in terms of operating your premises. So we looked at our buildings, because buildings release a lot of CO2, so we looked at them, we cut, we reduced, and we're still doing that. So I think we have a goal, a Northern Star, and slowly every year we're working towards that. When it comes to Swedbank Lithuania, of course, we're using 100% green electricity. Most of it comes from remote solar parks. We have started the project to renew, and this is talking about Swedbank Lithuania, we have started to renew our car park. So we are aiming by 2025 to get rid of all the gasoline cars and switch to EVs only by 2030, I believe. If talking about not just environmental impact, but the S part of ESG, we're putting more and more effort and resource towards employee well-being, both physical and emotional. So really looking at the ways to make the workplace better, more convenient, and how we do that, we do surveys. We ask our employees what could be done better. We look at local best practices, but not only at local practices. We look at the global trends. Yeah, so I will stop here. These are just some of the examples. I could go on and on, but I don't want to take all over.
Thank you. I can tell you a secret. I work with Swedbank, so I also know that Donatas is being a little bit modest here, because the bank is doing a lot to lead the change and to help other businesses to lead the change. And one of the my personal favorites of how Swedbank is leading the change is maybe initiating these very interesting projects, such as Rockit's Sustainable Innovation Program, where businesses are encouraged to create sustainable products. And you, Giedrius, you've been participating in this Sustainable Innovation Program, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have this very interesting product. Could you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for Rockit team that created such a great environment, and it's a pleasure to come back here on the stage again. In a sustainability innovation program, we developed our startup named Zero Zone, and we created a reusable packaging system for Lithuanian market now. And we already started, and that's about us. Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause. How many of you had the something delivered to your house in the past week, let us say? Yes, that was a lot of cardboard, probably. Yes, so you're solving
to the house or to the parcel locker.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, let's give a round of applause for creating this product. Yeah. So how is it going now, basically? What are your goals right now?
Okay, so we started early this year with our wonderful partner, New Crush. This company is trying to sell only products for health and beauty, which are really healthy, and all the customers were very surprised in a good way that that company also thinks about environment and how to save it and how to help it. And there is a very positive feedback from the customers, and that's great news for us. Also, this start in the market for us was a little bit hard because it was the first time we started in the market, yeah. So now we know what works and what doesn't work. So we are making some improvements now, and we have already 5 new possible partners that are waiting for our improvements, and we will getting bigger in this field.
But that's fascinating. Well, what is it made of, the package? How does it work? It's really interesting for me.
Okay, so you get the normal package, something that you order it, yeah, and you need to return that package for us. We have also very good partner in that field, so it's Lithuanian Post. So it's easy for people to just return that package with another shipment that he got. So you go to the parcel machine and leave it there. And that's it. You have a step further and making a big impact.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. And I like how the panelists are interconnected. So we are now in Rockit. And there is Swedbank, who also initiated the Sustainable Innovation Program, and then you participated, and now it's Post. I have one story about
I hope it's a good one.
I hope too, yeah. So, NBA, how many of you like basketball? Am I in Lithuania or what? I mean, come on. So, okay, so hear this. NBA Finals, 1997. Sunday night game, one of the last games of the final series, Chicago Bulls versus Utah Jazz. Classics. And Karl Malone, who happens to have a nickname of the Mailman, is throwing 2 free throws, which could, in the final seconds of the game, which could decide the championship. And Scottie Pippen stands and tries to trash talk to Karl Malone and to make him, miss the free throws. And you know what he says to the mailman? The mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays. He misses the free throws, Jordan gets the ball, and then he wins the championship. But let's talk with mailmen who deliver, the Lithuanian Post.
Who do not deliver on Sundays, that's true.
Well, the mailmen don't deliver on Sundays. But in such a legacy organization like yours, in a company that has so many employees and so many practices and so many, standard operating procedures that are probably hard to change. How do you see the transformational change to sustainability in such a big company?
With challenges. Hello to everyone. Of course, when we talk about sustainability in legacy companies, in large companies, I think we have an upper hand in one way that at least part of the sustainability topics like social responsibility and governance areas have been quite a part of our portfolio. If we talk about social responsibility, it has been in our horizons, I don't know, for a decade, even more as of now. And when we talk about governance areas as well, large companies who were seeking investments, us as someone who's owned by the public shareholder also has always had these upper standards on what we are seeking for in terms of transparency of the procedures we're living with. And it has been an integral part of how we're viewing things for more than a year. However, sustainability, it's a new aspect of environmental areas, and it's also a new aspect because of we are looking at all three at the same time. And that has been an interesting journey, which has started in Lithuanian Post around 2020-21. It was mainly due to because of the increasing regulation, which is playing much bigger role currently in the last year and in the upcoming years. I think most of you sitting right here know these CSRDs, CSDDs, and all of the Cs and Ds, which are coming in play, especially for the large companies. This will be a challenge. However, the bigger motivator why we started looking at the topic was because of our clients. We have started some initial hearings of people, of our clients, talking about sustainability, raising some questions, asking us some questions, how we're doing things early in 2020. And that's because our main customer is the e-com sector. And I think all of us understand that e-com is really interested in the sustainability. And us as a last mile delivery and packaging, let's say, based on one of the researches on the 8 largest markets in Europe, last mile and packaging comprises around 40% of usual parcel of the e-commerce. So we definitely have a place, and recognizing our client needs, we have started raising this as a topic internally, started with deciding on what matters, where we should be focusing, what is an integral part of our business model, not trying to, determine whether we should help dolphins in the ocean, but taking a look at our internal processes where we can make. And let me be very aware of the words right now, because I just heard the panel on impact and don't want to use this word unnecessarily. So basically, taking a look where we can put results in terms of sustainability. A lot of things have been done, a lot of similar things as Swedbank has mentioned, but our main focus is on in the environmental area on how to encourage delivery via parcel lockers. We always have to think about first-time delivery, improving the first-time delivery rates, and parcel lockers are a great tool of that. Lithuanians love parcel lockers. At least 60% of the whole parcel flows here in Lithuania are delivered to lockers, and we are one of the countries in Europe who has definitely unlocked the potential, and it brings both efficiency to us as a company, efficiency in terms of ecological footprint, and also it's convenient for the customers. So it's a win-win situation. But of course, as my colleague has mentioned, definitely a lot more we're doing. Don't want to, burn your time.
You mentioned challenges for a couple of times, and I believe it comes from experience, and we're not talking only about roses and daisies here. We need to talk about challenges as well. Have there been any, internal challenges? People's internal stakeholders telling, this is bull, let's not do that. Yeah.
Maybe not as hard as that, but definitely. one of the main challenges is how not to make it one person's or one department's deal. Usually sustainability is directed to one project manager, to one maybe department, and all of the questions related to something in the sustainability area then suddenly are forwarded to that person or to that department. And I think the challenge is how to grow from this one person based topic into internalizing it broadly in the company. And I feel like we're on the verge of breakthrough. I had a very good experience this year where we used to get questions on our real estate efficiency and how we're using, and us coming to the real estate managers internally, raising questions on how we can improve. And this year they came to us asking only for guidance and taking the whole responsibility internally in their own hands. And one more, let me be frank, administrative burden. It's a challenge, especially with the regulations and with a lot of unknowns which are coming with the regulations and reporting. We still need to figure out. It's good for us that we had a couple of years to prepare. We were doing, trial and error in reportings, trying to define the KPIs, trying to define the methodologies. But with the reporting and some kind of broad guidelines coming into place, we will still need to figure it out from the beginning, I guess. But we will see. Let's hope not.
I think that when in regards to regulation, I think all of us can agree that, it's trial and error at this point. Nobody knows everything. Everybody's here for the first time when it comes to, doing the reporting on with the requirements of CSRD and et cetera, et cetera. So we're all new here. But coming back to you, Donatas, as Swedbank is, has well-established sustainability, strategy and the stuff that you do. What do you think makes your organization such effective, such effective in this area?
I mean, of course, there's room for improvement. But I think the most important thing is that it comes from the top management. We have some internal initiatives within the bank that support. There is one called sustainability. So we have some initiatives, some people, taking some streams and working with them. I mean, I agree if it's just one department, trying to change the mindset of the whole organization, like Swedbank or Lithuanian Post, it would be, impossible. So I think it has to come from the top. It has to be very, very clear why we're doing, why it is important for the organization. People have to have clear responsibilities, who is responsible for what, who is driving what. And of course, look for partners. I mean, we as the bank, we provide, very limited, well, I'm not going to say limited, but very specific products, but we need support, from others, from partners. So we have another direction in the bank, which is called partnerships. So we are in a constant lookout for partnerships that could bring value to our customers, both private and corporates. And of course, we work through Rockit. We work a lot with startups. We try to give them a chance, and as you can see, it's possible. So there are some other possible partnerships in the pipeline, but I encourage even small businesses. And it was not mentioned, but New Crush was part of the small business program, not for startups, but for small businesses, and they were part of that program. So if you look at it, it doesn't matter what kind of business you are, you need to look for those opportunities. And we, as the bank, we try our best to fulfill any kind of need that any kind of business has.
You mentioned the small business program. I think it's one of the most coolest things that the bank is doing. Been working with it a little bit as well, and there is a lot of there is strong focus on sustainability even for small businesses, and we're talking about businesses of like 2, 3 people, 4 people, 10 people, yes? And so it comes, from the roots, from the start. So, I mean, this is the, also the leading change that the bank is doing. And, but coming back to you, Giedrius, yeah, as we've talked about, small businesses, and yours is still small, but, ought to be huge. Every single business starts from the idea. So how did you came up with this idea of your business and of this sustainable delivery? How did it come up to your mind? Maybe it will inspire someone.
Okay, so it started at COVID time, and everything that we buy came from the post in boxes, yeah. So my wife always said, leave it, I will send something or sell something online and send it, or for rented. So I just give it a space in a garage. But we had a lot more boxes that we needed. So one day I decided to clean up. It was a beautiful spring day. And it ended in the recycle bin. And that recycle bin was full. And naturally, there is a question, what can we do to reduce that amount of waste? Because it's a huge amount and just from one family. So we think that if we can reuse that box one time, maybe we can reuse it more times. So that's how Zero Zone idea was born. And that's the main principle that we are thinking now, to create and to maintain that system that we have created to be as easy as possible to use for everyone, and also to be measurable, because you can make an impact where you are making some measurements. You can see the improvement there. So when someone gets our packaging, everyone knows how many times it was used. So if he will return it, they will make that step forward and make again a bigger impact. So that's how.
That's nice. That's gamification, and I love that you're. This is the classic story of good business. Birth when it's the beginning is frustration with something that could be done way more efficiently, and then so this is a great story. Maybe the audience has some questions for our distinguished speakers. Don't be shy; it's free.
We don't bite.
Okay. Yes, please.
Hello, Ludvikas from Rimi. I think there is one box close to Rimi Savanori Street.
Yes.
Can I ask one question? How many times you need to use that parcel to be better than paper?
Can you repeat the question about
how many times you need to use that reusable parcel to make it better for environment than paper?
So now we have calculations for that, and it's 4 times. Then we are equal to paper. And after 30 uses, we have about 5 times less CO2 emission at this point. And also we are expanding, as mentioned, in near the Rimi shop. We have our own box where people can return packages, and it's more easy than using and entering the code. So it's just a test for us, but with also a good result.
That's wonderful. Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you. My journey with sustainability is pretty new, almost 2 years, and the most of the comments that I get to hear is no one cares about sustainability. So, but your number, 69% within Lithuania, was amazing and encouraging. And you also mentioned like small businesses transitioning towards sustainability. So my question is like, what's the trend within small businesses? Where are they going? What's the future for them? And is it the right time to start working and pushing small businesses also towards, you know, a more sustainable future? Any one of the panelists can answer.
I can actually answer this one.
Go ahead.
As a small business owner myself, we have 12 people working in our company. We are part of this professional sort of a guild, so to speak, the Association of Communication Industry of Agencies. And we have this sustainability standard that every single agency subscribes to, and there are certain steps that we could do. If you are in the industry that, and of course there are like guidelines what you could do to become more sustainable, very concrete and actionable steps. If you are out of professional guilds, so to speak, or something, there are plenty of ways of think about your sustainability and lower your impact. One of them, in my opinion, it's fantastic. It's Swedbank's Sustainability Index, which is made in partnership with Verslo, the leading Lithuanian business newspaper, and their portal of business information, Rekvizit.lt. If you could go there, you could see that every single company has the possibility to have their sustainability index measured. But the most beautiful part is that when you are basically filling in the sustainability index checkboxes, so to speak, of what you do and what you not, you can see what you can do as a business and what steps you could take to become more sustainable. So this is a fantastic product, and I really, if there are small business owners over here, I really encourage you to do it and to try it out.
And if I can add another resource for maybe making the decision, Swedbank offers Sustainability Center for businesses, so it's a publicly available page where you can find a lot of information. To answer if now is the time, I think it's up to you to decide. But I think the earlier you start, the better you'll be prepared. A lot of regulations come only for large corporations at the moment, but the size will become smaller and smaller. And I think, I don't know the date, but 2028, it might be mandatory for small businesses as well. So you still have a few years to prepare yourself, to ask questions, to try to, talk to other small businesses, participate in such events, ask questions. So the better you are prepared, the better you will be in the future, in the near future, not 2050, but I think in the next 5 years.
And a very quick thought for someone who's working with the strategy, I feel that asking questions from the sustainability perspectives, all different areas, also helps you build a better business model. So basically, the earlier you start talking and asking questions, you're also opening some doors for yourself in how to improve your business, how to think from different angles. Because, as always, the more questions you ask, there's a bigger chance you're going to get better answers for it.
Yeah, it's like preparing for marathon. Basically, the earlier you start, the better results when you get. And sustainability is a marathon that we are all running. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, and I would like to thank all of you. Have the most sustainable lunch ever. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vytautas and the team. And as Vytautas said, yes, we would like to invite you for lunch in our auditorium there. And please come back at 1:30, so we have basically 25 minutes, short lunch, and we will continue talking about EU regulations, about the communication, and we will hear one more success story. See you soon. we're gonna start our third. I hope you don't feel sleepy. We really have some exciting presentations and fireside chats. Here we have some place in front. Don't hesitate to sit down. Yes. Thank you so much for being fast after lunch. Please take your seats. So, our third session will be more about communication, about some insights in the Baltic scene. And now I'm very happy to invite two great speakers. Both are foreigners. One is coming from Germany, another one is coming from Latvia, but we're going to discuss about sustainability in the Baltic scene and how it looks like today. So welcome on the stage, Kristaps Tsurulis, the man with many hats, working as an entrepreneur, and Martin Klug, advisor at Catalysta Ventures. So welcome on the stage.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome back after lunch. Hope you had the chance to do some networking and get some food into yourselves. We're gonna have a chat about sustainability beyond borders. In the morning sessions, we heard a lot about green entrepreneurship, sustainable practices, green finance. And the purpose of this chat is to put this a little bit into perspective beyond the borders of Lithuania, but also if possible beyond the borders of the Baltic ecosystem only. We're trying to, dive deep. We're also going to try to give some, practical insights so that you have something to take away with when you go home. And when I'm saying we, I'm Martin Klug. I'm a German. Have been working as an entrepreneur and impact investor for the past 20 years in the Netherlands, also in Germany, and currently I'm here in Vilnius, and I'm part of Catalysta Ventures, where we support impact initiatives, impact startups, impactful entrepreneurs with various initiatives. And next to me here, there's Kristaps. He is not only an entrepreneur, deep tech, climate tech entrepreneur, but and that but makes him a very suitable candidate for this discussion. He's also heading the Baltic Sustainability Awards, and Kristaps and his team have put a lot of effort into putting a report together that looks at sustainability in the Baltics. And we're going to talk about that. And before we get into the details, Kristaps, maybe you want to tell in a few sentences, what kind of brought you here? What was your journey into sustainability, and how did this initiative of Baltic Sustainability Awards and the report come to place?
Hi to everyone. So I'm basically here as a CEO of Baltic Sustainability Awards, and I think that one of the things which kind of brought us together and a kind of understanding that in reality, when we look to Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, we understand that we as a small countries basically are lacking a little bit collective actions. And that was the idea behind the Baltic Sustainability Awards. And the second part, which I think is quite important related to that, is that we should more talk about what we are doing in sustainability. And again, looking into applications, what we get each year, we see that we have a lot of activities which we do, and we don't talk about them. So these two kind of things was the idea behind Baltic Sustainability Awards. And this year, next week, we will launch Baltic Sustainability Report, which will look into how well we are doing, and not only how well we are doing, but what we should do in the future and what frameworks we should use to really accelerate collective actions. Because I think that one of the things which I already mentioned, we lack collective actions, and we should start to really accelerate and do more things together. So yeah.
Very good. When we're talking about collective actions and all the work you've done to put the report together, can you share some main trends or main messages you see across the Baltics, but maybe also share if there's any differences between the three states?
Yeah, so one thing which I want to kind of state in the beginning is that the good sign is that each country basically applied to Baltic Sustainability Awards in very similar percentage. So we divided in three, and each country is actively participating. But and one stat which I think is quite interesting is that the most applications goes to circular economy. So we kind of are good in circular economy, we innovate in that, but the flip side of the coin is that we still, as a governments, pay fines about kind of for not dealing with waste or wastewaters or any type of kind of resource bad usage. And I think that's kind of one thing which we need to remember, that as a collective we can achieve a lot of things, but when we kind of separated, then of course the actions becomes less effective. And I think that's the one thing which we need to kind of remember after this forum today, that everyone should start tell and kind of to start act. And the second part is really to start to tell a story about what you are doing. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I always find it very, well, not really surprising. I mean, it's logical that, there's different states, there's different governance and, different interests. But, sustainability and, caring for planet is such a, I mean, it's not even European, it's a global subject, and still we have to think, it seems we have to think in these, government and regional, national structures here. Have you seen or have you come across any success stories, maybe pan-Baltic or maybe even from a European perspective, that overcame these kind of challenges, these regionalized governance challenges?
That's a good question to what I don't have a very specific answer. I think one good case study is from Estonia, the company Fibenol, which is doing quite great things. And 3 years ago they applied to Baltic Sustainability Awards and kind of was one of the finalists in that. And after 3 years, they really start to expand and do things in Latvia and exploring Lithuania as well. And I think that's a kind of case when we really start look on the Baltics as a one collective. Of course, we are separated countries. Of course, we are separated nationalities, and have kind of our focus and goals at the same time. As in previous discussions was discussed, is that we have one Europe, we have one targets, and every of these targets we need to achieve. And then the question is, as a small countries, which kind of have great environment, we live in, I would say, in illusion that everything is fine. And one of the things which we see, especially when we talk with the applicants, we see that the problem is that while there is actions and while there is a cool initiatives about we could share and more talk about, at the same time there is a lack of kind of real impact, only because we as a society in general, in main kind of domains, are ignoring that climate change is happening. And I think only through the stories of your initiatives in each company, I think that's the most important part, which I would want to shift today, kind of perspective, that one, of course, you as a company are making reports and trying to assess all the impacts you have. At the same time, you have a lot of cool, small initiatives inside the company. And if you will share that, that will inspire to larger and greater actions in general. So I encourage everyone to really start to look on what you are doing as incentives to other act. So yeah.
I think that's really good advice. It's also my experience that very often these narratives really win, and these narratives actually leads to the inspiration of others, and inspiration of others leads to more positive change. And I think only through that and through good narratives can we achieve the change, right? Because it takes a long time, right? Like this, change towards sustainability is not something like you do an e-commerce startup and you can measure success within a few months, if you get lucky. But we need patience, and I think to support patience we might need narratives, and that's important. Now, we said we also want to give some practical tips, some advice. So maybe narratives, or develop these stories, right? Could be one of these. In your report, and that's what I really liked about the outline that you shared before. You're also talking about frameworks and tools that companies and initiatives use. Are there maybe some frameworks that you find particularly useful, that might also be dependent, of course, on the industry or on the particular initiative? But is there something you can share there, frameworks and tool-wise?
So in the report, you will get a kind of overview on things which I think every company should start to apply to themselves, and kind of overview about frameworks which is important to any company who is starting to think about sustainability. But at the same time, I think that one of the things which we with EY made when we evaluate our applicants, what we do, there's a lot of questions you need to answer, but essentially one metric which I think is the most crucial part, and I suggest to you as well, everyone, to kind of look from that perspective, is what we call is impact cost efficiency. So when you look on one unit of impact you make, how cost efficient it is. So do you deploy a lot of money to really achieve that, or maybe you could be more efficient? Because when we talk about sustainability, I think it's important to understand that, and everyone here, that sustainability is not only about the environment, it's about the social issues, and of course it's about kind of sustainable business practices as well in general. So you will see in report ICE index, and that's basically will give you a very simple tool how to evaluate your impact unit. And the second part, I encourage everyone, of course, as I said before, tell about your initiatives, and you can apply to Baltic Sustainability Awards as example. What you get out from that, even if you are not the winner, you get a really large report from 60 members, jury members, and kind of feedback about what is the red flags in your initiative, what you should maybe do better. And the last part is that you get this calculation about impact cost efficiency, and you can really start to think about a little bit more wider than just do we reduce CO2, do we use green energy in all of these things, kind of more holistic approach to impact itself.
Okay, I think that's really useful. Now we mentioned, Maya mentioned before, you're also an entrepreneur. You have a company that operates. You told me in the Netherlands as well as in Austria. So you also have a bit of a of a pan-European perspective on that topic. Maybe you can talk a little bit how, with your experience, impact in the Baltics or sustainability in the Baltics, how does that fit into the European framework? I'm sure that makes it even more complicated, even more diverse. But for example, do you share? Are there similar initiatives in other member states? Do you collaborate there? And where do you see the differences and the commonalities between the systems?
Yeah, I think that the bright side is that everyone is talking about that, at least talking that sustainability is important. Maybe less we talk about real specific use cases and initiatives. At the same time, we talk about that sustainability is important, which is good. Then, of course, there's a lot of, I think, parallels and activities similar. As example, we have Baltic Sustainability Awards, that there's similar events in Germany, there's a similar events in Netherlands. Basically, in almost each of the countries, you will find something similar. So, but at the same time, when we look into Baltics or in between our three countries, I think that there's a gap which we still can't fill in general. And what does it mean? I love that we, as example, as the Baltic Sustainability Awards, work together with Rockit and many other ecosystem partners, which kind of try to accelerate the notion and the action. At the same time, as I said in the beginning, that we lack collective kind of driving force to move really to thriving future. And in that sense, I would say that what we should do is kind of sit down, a little bit, take a pause, and understand that we are three small countries which have huge opportunity to really accelerate not only our country impact, but in general go beyond our borders and support science, which we have strong one. At the same time, we again have a gap, and many companies and many scientists or innovations go beyond our countries and are not made here. So all these things, I think that is important. From one side, really support and accelerate what we are doing. From the other side, try to influence political willpower to really act, to start to change. Because if we look on the targets, I think that the only country which is quite far ahead is Estonia from 3 of Baltic states. Latvia is lacking behind at all. Lithuania is a little bit farther. So at the same time, when we look on the society, as in previous discussion was said, that there's a large percentage of people who are kind of willing to do something and act, but as a nations, we still lack of real actions.
And do you think, I think I know probably what the answer is, but do you think this action or this collaborative action has to come from a political point of view, or is that driven by essentially private initiatives, such as your initiative, or this day-to-day?
I would say that it's driven by companies. That's the starting point. The businesses. If the business is not acting, it's not driving kind of shift in behavior related to consumers, and essentially it's not leading to real change and acceleration in political actions. So I would say that taking into account in what house we are now, and taking into account from where you are, all of you, you should start to think about that as a let's start to do something together more, not just talk, but really act. So because even small collectives, and I believe in that, can really drive the change and push forward governments and really help consumers adapt and start to act more sustainably.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And then, yeah, maybe getting towards the end, and maybe that's also a segue into the next talk about regulation on European level. I read or I heard the other day that clean tech and climate tech is probably one of the major wins that Europe can have compared to the US, who is like, very, very strong in all things tech, a lot of support, a lot of capital available there. How do you see that? Do we have a chance to drive this forward and to be actually competitive against the states, or have we lost that already?
We have a chance, but in reality, we do nothing in that space. We are behind USA, we are behind even China. So even if we take into account that the education and the research base is very powerful in our countries and in Europe in general, we still really lack actions. And the gap is that whenever there's an innovation, then there's a kind of next step when we try to make it happen and deploy in real life. And here we lack investment, we lack willpower of governments to really act on that and force companies to implement the solutions. And these are kind of things which don't let us to really go forward and become as a, I would say, driving power to global climate change solutions.
Okay, that's understood. I think we're at the end here. Thanks for the attention. Thanks for answering all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was really insightful. So now, I think we're going to move a little bit more to regulation side, and I'm very pleased to invite Kelly Kirsch, the alumni from Harvard University and expert on sustainability, who said that it's very complicated to tell about regulations in such a short time, like 20 minutes, but
yeah.
can you please try?
I have a lot of slides for you. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, okay.
So make sure, because later on we're going to have panel discussion about the future of the green finance.
So I'm basically going to show you why sustainability is important and how it's actually linked to financial profit, especially the EU. But to do that, most companies hate regulations. They think what? They think they're cumbersome, expensive, they don't like them. Can regulations actually drive profit and success? And what if we don't have any? What are the consequences? Are there? Well, we have examples. Yeah, there are. 2008, what happened? The entire global financial system almost collapsed. That was due to a lack of regulation on the part of the United States. Today, we have the similar problem happening right now with Boeing. Airbus is surging, Boeing is losing value, and Airbus now is almost doubling their order capacity and can't take enough orders. So Europe is taking the lead without regulation. So sustainability regulations. This is what's happening globally. There's over 2,400 ESG regulations on the global scale. The European Union is the leader and the benchmark. Everyone is following our lead here. We are way ahead of the game. The United States is probably 10 to 20 years behind. They're not even close. There's no regulations except for California, which is what you see there, which is just for one state. But for the country, there's nothing. Now, what do CEOs think of it? This is a study done by Accenture. So this is CEOs' opinion of what ESG and sustainability is. So they believe this is the future. It's growth, it's innovation, it gives a competitive advantage, and it will make their firms leaders. So, if that's the case, whoops, sorry, went too fast. This is also from an Accenture study. What's driving sustainability in companies? What's driving their strategy? Consumers, governments, that would be regulations. Investment community, banks. If the money and the demand is there, then obviously sustainability strategy is a winning proposition. So there is a financial link here that's super important. The EU has noticed this. This is what KPMG said about it. These are just some quotes from them. it always comes back the same. They believe this is the way you can get a competitive advantage. So, where is Europe? Europe controls 39% of the global market in sustainable finance. 39%, almost half. That's enormous. Now, the US, we talked a lot about how the US is in advance, you know, they're far along. Well, not even 25% of the global market. And even inside the United States, Ford did a $10 billion ESG line of credit. You know who they went to? Crédit Agricole, a French bank. You know who does most of the sustainable bonds for US corporations? BNP Paribas. BNP Paribas does all the treasuries and all the lines of credit for an airline called JetBlue, which doesn't even fly to France, but yet they went to them because US firms can't do these types of transactions. That's how far behind they are. So, what are the regulations? We're not going to cover all of these because it would take really long time, and I'm just going to go over them quickly. The SFDR, which is primarily for financial services. The EU taxonomy, everybody's familiar about that. It's economic activities. The CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. That's probably the most important one right now because that links directly to the SFDR and the Green Deal. That completes everything. It takes everything full circle. The EU ESG ratings law, which was just approved by the EU Council. It's waiting on ratification in the EU Parliament. That's going to be very important. I'm going to go through these 4, but the other 2 that's worth mentioning is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is called CBAM, or the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Those are also super important regulations. All of this is part of the Green Deal. So the timeline, as you can see, it's actually pretty aggressive. But the advantage in Europe is in Europe we give companies time to adapt. It's a progressive implementation. The bigger companies go first. They have a test year where they go ahead, they put the regulation out. The EU will look at the regulation the first year that they do the reports. They come back and they say what you did good, what you didn't do right, no fines. So you have a year to get it right. They know that nobody's done this. No one has done it. You have to learn. The next year is when they start getting more difficult. And they do this with all of the regulations are structured this way. So the SFDR, these are the mandatory articles. Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Article 3, they have to report all information about the policies on integration of sustainability risk in any investment decisions. Article 4, transparency of adverse sustainability impacts. Are you hurting anything with your products or with anything that you're doing? Article 5, you have to link the remuneration policies to sustainable goals. This is so that they know that you're not just incentivized to make only a profit. They want to make sure that your profit is linked to sustainability. Article 6, this is the transparency of the integration of the risk. You have to explain descriptions. This is also called the non-sustainable funds, or the funds that don't have to prove that their absolute goal is sustainable. So we move to the product level. That was the entity, which means the bank, the asset manager. The product level is a fund or anything that they sell. Article 2, that's the definition from the EU of what a sustainable investment is. Article 6, we talked about that. That's one of the other funds. It's the same thing. It's basically you have to show that you've thought about it, even if you don't include it and your goal is not sustainability, you just have to say, we did this. It doesn't apply for blank and blank reason. Article 7, they have to provide clear explanations for each product that considers principal adverse impact on sustainability factors. Article 8, we call these light green products. They have sustainability in their goals, but it's not what you would call an impact fund. We talked about that earlier. It's basically, it has a sustainability goal, but that's not its only goal. Article 9 would be an impact fund. It's got a 100% goal. So for example, if its goal is to reduce water consumption, they have to prove it. That's very, very tough to prove. There's a lot less Article 9 funds than there are Article 8 because it's got a singular goal. 10, this is where everybody's still learning. They have to publish and maintain all information on their websites on the characteristics, methodologies, the impacts of the products. It's very specific. Article 11, FMPs are financial market participants. It's anybody in the financial services sector. Must be transparent about promoting products with ecological and social characteristics annually and periodically. Once a year is not enough. You have to do it more. So this explains Article 6, 8, and 9. The less disclosure, the less sustainable goal it has. The more disclosure is Article 9. What you saw when all of this started to really move, you saw a reclassification from Article 9 to Article 8. The reason that happened was because they realized they couldn't prove 100% that they were impacts, that they were actually, the goal was 100% that. So they reclassified everything to Article 8 because they didn't want to risk funds because they didn't have the governance systems in place to do it. So this has been in force now for a couple of years. So the financial services is way ahead of everybody else. So what does this mean? Well, when the SFDR became law, the fund managers selected Article 8 and 9 fund, they went from 78%, from 47% to 78%, meaning there was a financial link. As soon as the law went in, 78% of managers started picking only sustainability and guided investments. That's a strong financial link, right? So in Europe, in 2023, in February, over 6 trillion in investments in Europe. 55% of all money for assets under management are now in sustainably linked assets. That's more than half. So is there money behind this? I mean, clearly, the data is showing there is, right? So obviously we're going in the right direction. This is a place where we lead. Europe is ahead. We are not behind the US. The US is still trying to figure out how to even catch up. Everybody else is following the lead. The UK is behind us. Everything is going in the direction that the EU is. China even aligned their sustainability policies with the EU's Green Deal. If China is doing it, this is why everybody is following us. So, the taxonomy. There are 6 objectives. So, how do you find out if an economic activity belongs in the taxonomy? Well, it's published by the EU. You can look it up by the NACE code. You can go to the taxonomy compass, which takes you to the EU website, and they'll tell you if it's there. That tells you if the actual activity that you're doing is eligible. Now, to find out if it's aligned, it's more complicated. For it to be eligible, it just has to contribute to one of those objectives. To be aligned, it has to do a substantial contribution to the objective. It can't do any harm to any of the other 5. And it has to apply with minimum social safeguards like the ILO core labor standards, Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which almost every company in Europe applies. So the taxonomy is really key for data. We've talked a lot about data. Data is important. Data is confusing. Getting good quality data has been the biggest challenge that we've had. And then how do you manage it? That's where a lot of these fintech startups come in, and in Europe, we've got a lot. We have a lot moving in this direction. So, green finance. This shows you pretty much what's happening. If you take a look, France has the bulk of green borrowing in the entire EU. Next, followed by Germany, the Netherlands, which is a small country because it's important to them. They have a lot. So we're leading. Look at a global scale. France is playing at the same percentage as the US and China. Just France. When you count the European Union, and it's not even every country in there, Europe is by far the leader. So we have an advantage here. The question is are we going to continue to press it or not? And the EU seems pretty determined to help us press it. And I think this is where the regulations help. You can't rely completely on private industry. The US has tried that over and over again, and every time that they do, there's a crisis, everything collapses, You need regulations to help push it along. It can't be the only reason, but it's got to be part of it. And the regulations are there as a guide. Good regulations are meant to clarify, help, and instruct us what to do. Having regulations just to have regulations and bureaucracy, I agree. That's a waste of money, waste of time and effort. There's no point. But when it's a good regulation and a regulation that makes sense, it can actually help companies. I heard one of the directors generals of BNP Paribas right before the pandemic say, and I agree with him, he said, this is the one area in sustainability where we're actually asking governments for regulations to help us clarify because we don't know what to do. There are so many frameworks out there. It's confusing. The SASB, the GRI, the ISSB, you could go on and on. Anybody in sustainability might know what you're talking about. If I read out a bunch of acronyms to the general public or even just somebody in finance that's not versed in this, they're going to stare at you like, what are you talking about? It's confusing. The goal of the EU sustainability regulations is to harmonize, give standards, provide transparency, and to direct companies what to do. That's the strength that we have here, is we're trying to direct things and make it easier, not harder. So, the CSRD. The way that you structured the regulations is they started with financial services, because if money is behind it, companies will get on board, right? They want money. The CSRD is for companies. So this is pretty much what the directive is. This is the first year anybody's reporting on it. There are no penalties. This year, after they publish their CSRDs, the EU will take a look at them, tell companies what they did well, what they didn't do well, and tell them what to do. This is the criteria. France pushed this very strongly. As soon as the CSRD was approved and made law in the EU, they replaced their DPEF, which is the Déclaration de Performance Extra-Financière, which was a French law, with the CSRD. So they threw their own law out and they just stuck the EU law in, and they said this is the law of the land now. So it went from 1,600 firms to over 50,000. Foreign firms are not exempt from this, not if they want to do business in the EU. So you can see the criteria. I'm not going to read it all because it will be here forever. The CSRD expanded. The scope got much bigger. These are a lot of the biggest changes. These are the points that are the most important things that were added to it that were not included before. Most of these companies that saw this coming started doing it. The EU has said there are going to be penalties. The penalties are going to be pretty stiff. If you look according to Article 1, even though this hasn't been completely finalized, there are three forms. A statement indicating the nature of the infraction and naming the person who committed it. The person in the company, not just the company. The issuance of a cease and desist order. If you violated something, you can no longer do business. You can't sell that product, you can't do it. And a financial penalty will be given to you proportional to the profits gained from that activity and from the offense, and according to the profitability or the financial strength of the corporation. So the EU is not going to play around with this. They want companies on board. Last June, they issued a report and they found that 50% of all companies were still guilty of greenwashing because they didn't understand things. So it's time that they're trying to push everybody on board, but they're trying to do it in a nice way, but yet firmly. So with new regulations, does this help? Does it help grow your products? Well, products with ESG claims have a disproportionate growth. They grow 1.7% more faster. The more claims, according to this chart over here, the more claims they have, if they've got 4 claims, they grow even faster. So the more claims you add, the faster your product grows. Sustainability products, so what I'm telling you is the demand is there, the consumers like this. So whatever the product, be it service, whatever, you will sell more. So the ESG ratings law, why is this important? And this is the last one we're going to cover. And I'm going to show you 2 examples of why this is important. ESG ratings are all we have right now, but the ratings don't make any sense. You can have one rating from MSCI, another one from sustainability. It's because of the criteria, the weighting factors of the things in it and everything. Well, the ratings law will be different. you will have to get approved by ESMA, which is the European Security Exchange Commission. ESMA will have to be registered. You will have to pay fees. You will be governed by them. Smaller firms have a 3-year moratorium before they have to start doing this, because if you're a startup, they're not going to expect you to jump on board right away. They're giving you time. They're trying to be nice about it. They want to stop firms like, for example, EY, who goes in and says, and I'm not picking on EY for any particular reason, but they don't want a conflict of interest. You can't go in and help somebody develop a strategy and then give them a rating on the thing that you told them to do. So you can't do economic activities like that. If you offer separate ratings, you have to be very clear as to why you did it, the marketing communications, the methodology used. If this is adopted by the vote, finally, which it is expected to be, the regulations will go into force 18 months after formal approval in the European Parliament. The ratings law is super important. So take a look at this from MSCI. Total Energy. It's probably got one of the best ratings for an oil company out there, or an energy company now. So their trajectory is off. They're reporting 100% of their footprint, right? So they have a AA rating. This is Exxon, probably the worst. Exxon has a BBB rating, is way off of the trajectory for 2 degrees Celsius, so not at all aligned with the Paris Accords. They're not even reporting 10% of their company footprint. How are they only 2 degrees lower? Is it 2? Yeah, 2 degrees lower than Total, who's reporting 100% of their footprint. Does that make any sense? None whatsoever. They should have an F. They're not even reporting 10% of the company. And they managed to get a BBB rating. Something's not right. The EU regulations, the ESG ratings law is meant to stop this. So I'm basically going to leave you with this. These are quotes from leaders on the EU regulatory approach and what's happening inside the EU. I want to leave you with Europe leads and remains the global benchmark. The European Union is setting the standard. We are the example. We are not the follower here. Everybody else is following us. And that's something we should keep in mind. There's so much opportunity here. It's not just about mitigating risk. It's about what we can gain, how much money we can. I heard the director generals last summer of Société Générale, BNP Paribas, Tikio Investments, Amundi, everybody said the same thing. We are now making too much money off of this to go backwards. We don't want to do it anymore. We want to continue in this path. Anyway, thank you for listening. I hope you guys got a lot out of it.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Don't run away, because now you're going to stay in the panel discussion. And to lead the panel discussion, I would like to invite Nora Laurinaitytė from the Green Finance Institute. And here's your microphone.
So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Kirsch, for such an insightful presentation of the regulation that is to come and that we're all having to deal with. And while we have the panel set up, maybe I'll give a short introduction of what we're going to be talking about. So when I was thinking about what I want to talk about with my distinguished guests, so take a seat, Mr. Kirsch, I decided that I want to talk about the value of sustainability in finance and pose this in a question, what it's worth. And I'm very glad that I have an academic joining us who does research on exactly this question, Professor Indrė Lapinskaitė, who is a professor on financial engineering and director of Institute of Dynamic Management at Faculty of Business Management in Vilnius Tech, and my colleague from Invega, Chief Sustainability Officer, who is having a dual role here because he's also a board member, independent board member at Sustainable Business Association of Lithuania, LAVA. So let me start with you, Indrė, because having an academic who's doing research on the value of sustainability in finance, how does ESG translate into profitability, or does it?
Okay, thank you, Nora. First of all, I would like to say big thanks to Nora for inviting me here today to discuss this relevant big topic. And actually, value is one of my favorite topics, to be honest. And I would like, before I will go deeper into my researchers, I will do a short introduction to you, as I used to do to my students. So first of all, if I would ask you, what does it mean value? Value has so many different expressions, yeah? And it's up to the company what kind of value company will select as an outcome or the final result of the company to represent to stakeholders, right? But let's add this so important factor, sustainability, close to this, and see why people are so eager to see the results immediately, or why they complain that they don't see relationship between sustainability and final company's results. So when they would ask me, why can't they see the results? I always say, of course you will not see the results immediately. You will not see it because most of the time you cannot see the direct relation. And direct relation between sustainability and company's final results or value, it's not so easy seeable, especially in the short-term period of time. And before I will go deeper into some results of my researchers, I will provide a very simple example, which I always used to give to my students while we are discussing what does it mean direct and indirect relationship. So easy example. Imagine you want to bake a cake. What do you need for this? Ingredients, yeah? First of all, what comes in your mind? I need ingredients. Yeah, so what do? You go to the groceries, you buy whatever you need. Butter, milk, chocolate, whatever you need. You bring all these ingredients home, put on the table. Can you state that it's your final result? Do you have a cake? Not yet. So what else do you need? People, time, resources, knowledge, action, movement, heat, oven, patience, belief, and lots of love, right? Finally, you have your perfect cake on the table. So, in this case, the result, cake, what you're looking for, will be determined not only by the ingredients, yeah, which you put inside, but as well as intermediary actions and factors, which really so important for this final perfect result. And so is the same if we are talking whether we are judging about sustainability. Can we find the relationship between sustainability and final results? Of course we can, but not so easily directly, right? And for as a company, what should be done some changes inside of the company. We should move, we should take some actions that inside of the company, some value will change. And later, sooner or later, definitely you will see the results, right? So that was a short introduction about how, let's say, from my perspective, it works. And now I would like very briefly, as I promised to Nora, to present two recent research which together with my colleagues from Institute, we launched. One is already published, another one is on the way, almost finished. So we have analyzed European financial institutions, and the idea was to see how efficiently sustainability will transform or converts into the final company's value. So on one side, we took ESG ratio from S&P Global as a expression or representation of sustainability. And on another side, we took price to earnings ratio as a value expression of the company institution. We applied DA method. It's a data envelopment analysis method. And the results were totally unpleasant. It was terrible when we saw the results. We were really shocked because we have analyzed 87 institutions, financial institutions, and only single one institution showed efficiency. Do you know which one? Guess.
We heard some French names. Any of those?
It's a Deutsche Bank. So, even though the rest of the results were so, okay, it's a simple word, terrible, that it was not even possible to interpret it somehow or to analyze or even, to put some comments on it. What we did next, we decided to do it a bit differently. And we analyzed the same institutions. Of course, due to the lack of data, we were able to get only 53 insight. So representation of sustainability remained the same. It's ESG scores from S&P Global. But as a value of the institution, we totally changed the direction, and we took financial value of intangible assets. And the results are more generous. Of course, they are not perfect, but we have even at least more than one perfect, efficient, working, let's say, institution of this transformation. So as this publication is still not, so this paper is still not published, I won't go that much into analysis or deeper, but my conclusion would be after this, let's say, these two researches, what we currently did, that sustainability inside of the company is not only about the profitability or financial win, that is the first. The second, it should be many things, steps and actions and movements done inside of the company before they will expect something to see as a result, outcome. And the last thing, what is very important and we always forget, is the long-term perspective.
Thank you so much, very insightful. But isn't one of these elements the fact that you took this imperfect, what we heard from Mr. Kirsch, rating that measures God knows what? So in your eyes, in the future, when this regulation comes in and we get better data, do you think we can learn more about what are these internal processes that create value for financial firms from sustainability?
In general, I would say only the first. What is very difficult, if you really want to capture value or see the company's value, first of all, what do we really need? Of course, many things we do need to run our research or to get good research, representative research, but data is actually compulsory stuff here. And without this, it's very difficult to show that relationship exists, because we're always facing problem to get enough representative data. So.
Thanks. So we heard in the first part of this event today about the fact that Green Finance Institute has this, one of its missions is helping data appearance and happening. And the words, the four letters CSRD keeps popping up in that context. So Mr. Kirsch, if you'd be so kind and shed a bit of light, what data will come up with these changes in regulation, especially ESG ratings, law, and CSRD?
You know, the thing is the problem with the data is that it's different for every industry. Yes, the regulations and the frameworks that exist give an outline of what needs to be done and reported. But for example, you're not going to get the same information from carrying that you're going to have to report from an oil company or from a financial firm, because they're different businesses. So the data is going to vary. And I agree with what, I forgot her name, but the woman was saying about materiality. The only people that can say what is material to a company is the company themselves, because they're internally inside of it. And why do they know what's material? Because their stakeholders, their customers, that's their demand. That's how they make money. So they have to do, and the CSRD is designed, we'll see, because it just became law, so it remains to be seen, It's designed to force transparency and to help them look internally at their sustainability KPIs and find where they can do better and all that. And nobody is going to be, it's very clear that regulations aren't, you're not going to be penalized for not being perfect. You're going to be penalized if you haven't been transparent, you haven't said things correctly, and you haven't been. And the thing is I think most companies are scared that they're going to do this reporting because we've been in this system where everybody's worried about the profit in the next 3 months since the Industrial Revolution. We're trying to transform the global economy and more pointedly the EU economy into a system where we want you to be thinking more long-term and more about the profitable. And if you do what's popular in finance, a discounted cash flow on any company that is really a good sustainability strategy, yes, they have to invest a lot of money up front, but you look at their margins, the longer the time goes on, and their profit margins blow up. They're getting bigger. They make more money in general. That's how it's supposed to work. The data that's going to be required is going to vary from sector to sector. You're going to have to report or explain why you're not reporting on certain things. But you need to manage the data, and that's the problem. And this is where all those fintech startups come in that are vital, because they have platforms that can help you manage this data. Because most of them out there, I can think of a bunch of French ones like Greenly that helps with carbon emissions and stuff like that. There's Ecometrics that does reporting. When you're talking about a company the size of HSBC, BNP Paribas, Swedbank, the amount of data required is massive. You're not going to be able to do that on an Excel sheet. But the EU did find out a few months ago that over 50% of companies inside the European Union are trying to manage sustainability data on an Excel sheet. That is not possible. I don't care how much of a genius mathematician you are, you're going to try to manage BNP Paribas data on an Excel sheet, you're going to fail. So...
And yet, ESRS, as current stance is a huge Excel with many, many sheets and many lines. So here I'd like to turn to Tadas, who is tackling this challenge of collecting sustainability data, and also maybe from being a board member of Sustainable Business Association, hearing a lot about challenges on collecting this data and being compliant with the regulations. So could you shed some light on what is going on and how are you dealing with that?
I'm still working with Excel, but I hope.
No. I mean,
I understand.
You got to start somewhere.
Yeah. The data needs and good data, what kind of a data is, I totally agree, because the company firstly know what is the double materiality, what is the material, what kind of information material, how to reach the KPIs, and we want the data, also sustainable data. Use data today and use pretty same data in the future. And I think this is the hard task, because taking the data or making a report with different kind of information, different kind of source, we need transparency, and we need to year by year to check. If I change something, I need to recalculate everything. So all the data is important, and you know, I'm glad from the beginning about Green Finance Institute that somebody will say this data is correct, use this data, because probably each of us sustainability, which working in the sustainability, we have a concern. Did my data is good? Did my data, can I use, can I share the data? So it's really important, and I think when we have the real good database in European level, in Lithuanian level, will be easier for everybody.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know which one to go first, but maybe Mr.
I was
Kirsch
just going to
first.
add something really quick. Part of the requirements of the CSRD and the SFRD is a third-party verification of the reports. That's how we know the data is qualified. That was purposely put inside of it, and that is another reason why things like the EU rating law is important. You cannot tell somebody how to do it and then say, oh, you did it right because you just paid me to do it. Of course you're going to say they did it right. That's a complete conflict of interest. You have to figure out if the data is good, and the way to do that, they thought, was to have the data audited and then certified, just like a financial report. Financial reports are certified at the end of the year by an official auditor, be it PwC, Mazars, EY, whoever you want. They all do that. They're asking for the same thing with the sustainability reports.
Indra, you have something to add?
I liked this, question from Tadas. Good data. What does it mean, this good data? It's it's not proper. Actually, from me, as a scientific perspective, as a researcher, scientific perspective, I would really kindly request, please, select everything what's possible, track constantly, and then it would be really, with the time, you will feel it. Is it good? It's not, even though it's not so maybe perfect and wonderful data, but that is transparency to stakeholders. And it's a help for us to run analysis for you. So that it's a good data. Constantly tracking, selecting, and reporting.
Hopefully we'll
Thank
get
you.
there. But I remember when I started to work with green data questions, so that was a couple of years ago. I was still at the Bank of Lithuania. And the vision we had at that time, so Bank of Lithuania, for those who don't know, is the regulatory authority for all the financial institutions here. And the vision we had was there will be a time, hopefully 2028, 2030, whenever CSRD comes full into force.
2028 right now.
Well, who knows? But fingers crossed that the sustainability report will be exactly the same as P&L or balance statement, that it will be part of this, it will be seen as such, and it will no longer be seen as an additional expense or additional burden, but part of the business as usual, the new business as usual. Do you see that happening? Do you see this?
I do. That's the goal. That's what that's the whole point of the Green Deal, is to make it a norm. And the fact that the rest of the world, I mean, you have 2,400 laws across the planet now based off of ESG data, largely following the European Union's Green Deal, because we were the first ones to come up with this. And the reporting, to what you said, the CSRD and the SFDR require short, long-term, and medium reporting, and it requires past, present, and forward-looking. They're not asking for, back to what you were saying about the data, you have to track everything and you have to keep it, because they want to know what happened, before you put it, what's happening there happened now, and what do you think is going to happen in the future? They're trying to set it up so it's very transparent, and it's, in theory, the idea behind it is it will help companies guide their strategic path forward and see where they see the markets going. And if we standardize this, we'll be able to compare with our competitors and see what they're doing. So we have an idea what they're doing based on what the market is demanding. What is the demand? What are the clients asking for? And if you start to look at a sustainability report like that, I would think companies would think that's pretty advantageous, right? But as far as the data is probably one of the largest challenges that we are seeing. I can speak more so for France and the EU than anywhere, particularly France. Even the very large banks in France, that like BNP, who's probably considered the foreleader of sustainable finance on the planet, has data issues, and they'll tell you they have challenges. They have to manage it, and these smaller firms are coming up with ways to do it. I work part-time for a firm, a French firm, as their sustainability director called Pioche, which uses blockchain for certification of diplomas and it uses blockchain as a record keeping. That's a way that we could actually manage the data that can actually end up being sustainable if it uses green energy rather than having everything stored somewhere and running constantly. Blockchain is not just, these are one of the technologies that's been around for a while that's not been used to its advantage. People hear blockchain and everybody thinks only Bitcoin. Bitcoin uses blockchain. Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. It's much broader than that. So we have these solutions out there, but the smaller firms are the only ones that are grabbing them most of the time.
Yeah, the nice thing about blockchain is that you can't go back and change things,
exactly.
Which is the nice feature of it, which I think the researchers constantly face the issue, because up to now we had like one standard. Recently we shifted to this GRI world and everybody's doing GRI reporting, and then comes CSRD and we're going to have a new standard, and then they will, those who want to put an effort, right, they will restate the numbers according to the new standard. Will that really cause big issues in answering scientifically this question of how sustainability creates value for firms?
I cannot relate now to the question what you just mentioned about different systems of sustainability measurement. So maybe first I will reflect to this one, that even though I ran some researches previously, and me with my colleagues, we were selected around 10 international companies, and we were first happy that they were applying GRI method or this sustainability reporting system. Unfortunately, a bit going deeper and dig deeper, we realized that several of them, just several years later, they changed it to another standard. So at that point, the whole research was for nothing. We had to stop because it was not comparable. The data in between, and even the companies in between, and even the data, annual data, year by year for the company itself, because they changed the system. And how can you measure something in that way? Then it's really normal that the company can cry and say, hey, sustainability, it really brings nothing, no results, no value. It does. It's only the question, if you selected the proper way, first of all, to gather all the information, to put all the ratios, even though you don't like them or you like them, take everything, and then we can really help you to measure where the sustainability hides somewhere between your activities.
That's great. Tadas, so in your opinion, sustainability in finance, is it worth something? And if so, what is it worth?
I think first of all, in finance is very important is risk management. And the sustainability, the idea of sustainability is one of my first work, like Chief of Sustainability Officer in the bank, was implementing sustainability-related risk in all bank risk, so credit risk, operation risk, and etc. And you can see the different angles and different perspective. Operation risk, social part is very important. Workers, etc. Also environment, operation risk, because I work in very small bank of Lithuania, so it could be like electricity and etc. what can increase the risk of that finance institution. So for sustainability person which working in finance sector, I think just a little bit easier, because we can talk about risk and people understand risk, and very clear to implement the risk models. And I think there is value to reduce the risk, think about risk in the long perspective, what kind of a risk can come, and how can impact of all organization, all finance institution.
So taking up Indra's original example, right? When we collect the ingredients and we start cooking, sustainability is like managing the risk of your cake burning, right, in the pan. I think that's a great image for us to take away. So to do the wrap up, because we don't have much time left, what would be I'll go in line from that way. What would be your wish to financial industry, like how they should approach this regulation? We hear a lot, as Mr. Kirsch was saying, right? These opinions of this is just a lot of costs, right? This is additional burden. We have to collect all this data. It's very hard, and sustainability is just a fad. It's gonna pass. We have in Lithuania, particularly, right? We had war breaking out near our borders, relatively, right? We feel it really close, right? Because we're at the fringe of NATO, right? We feel safe, right? We're in NATO, but the war is happening kind of just a step outside, and suddenly the priorities somehow shift, and you say, oh, okay, sustainability, whatever, what's sustainability when you have to defend yourself or invest in defense? So, what's your wish for this industry, like comes 2030, right? CSRD in place, ESG law hopefully in place, right? We do this. How would you, as a researcher, wish that financial institutions would look at sustainability?
Perfect question. I have an scientific answer to this. Actually, what you've mentioned already, what I've heard between Mr. Kirsch and Nora, two magic words: expenditure and investment. So from my perspective, the frustration nowadays, people to accept new challenges, to accept new standards, regulation, definitely most of them, they are unhappy, they don't believe. So it's normal, it's typical, we're human beings, and that is the way we react. We would like to have the easiest way out, definitely yes, but in this case, I can really relate to them from one point when they come to the situation that they have to adapt to take new challenges for the standards. What is their first reaction? Oh my God, I need people, spare time, I have to dedicate more resources, money, and of course everything, they call it expenditure. And it's understandable. Theoretically, we can really relate and understand. So, as I'm optimistic, I really do believe that the time will come when they will see it as investment, not anymore as expenditure, and investment for a long-term period. And when it will happen, they really will accept that sustainability's accountability is necessity.
Thank you. Tadas, what's your wish?
I wish all European national regulation related with sustainability starts to work. From my side, for finance sectors, so we really want that companies have made reports, clarified reports, audit reports we use, and I hope that in not so faraway future, we have, 60, 70 or 80% of the companies have working by and know how to work by EU regulation related with sustainability. It's thinking not new thing, thinking not, we knew that we need to work it, implement it, and I think that we have huge ecosystem for everybody. Will be much more easier to get around data, talk, and understand each other.
Mr. Kirsch, 20 seconds. What's your wish?
My wish is that by 2030, we're not talking about green bonds or ESG, because everything will just be that. It will become the norm, and that we'll stop debating this, because I think demand is shifting. The studies I showed is proven. Demand has shifted. The customers want this now. This is where the money is going. Over half of all the money in Europe is now invested in sustainable assets. We're not even defining it as
not this or not that. It just, everything becomes that.
I wholeheartedly wish this becomes true. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, our event is almost going to an end, and we have left exciting keynote by Annika Ares, CEO of Milton New Nordics Group. And where is your? And as well, we're going to have the last fireside chat about heavy finance success stories. So stay here. Networking is still waiting for you after all. Annika, the floor is yours.
Is the mic working? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'm going to talk fast because I see you're tired. It's been a long day. But it was a very interesting discussion, and it got me thinking. The previous people talked a lot about data, and I work a lot with data as well, not only in sustainability field, but other fields as well. And you know, with data, there's the thing that there is right data and wrong data. And then there is too much data, also called as analysis paralysis. And then there's too little data, that's called shooting from the hip. So in sustainability reporting, you shouldn't do any of this. You should be in the middle. But in order to figure out what's the right data and how to use it properly, you really need to follow the guidelines given. And I think one of the things we need to do, the ones who are already experts on the field, is to simplify those regulations and guidelines. Because to be fairly honest, when I first looked at CSRD, I got a serious headache, and I think it's still a little bit in here. But I have a good team in Tallinn and in Helsinki who helps to understand how to actually move on this road, what kind of steps to take. And we are doing already several double materiality analysis to several companies, helping them to prepare for the reporting, which is all very interesting. But these topics have been already here on stage today, so I've been asked to talk about something else today. So I'm going to talk about leaders' role in driving the change. A little bit about myself. I'm CEO of Milton New Nordics, which is part of one of the biggest consultancy group in the Nordic countries, Milton. I'm running the team from Tallinn, but we also work in Latvia, Lithuania. In Lithuania, we cooperate with Bosanova agency. And we have offices in Brussels and in the United States and all that. But also, I'm the board member of Estonian Responsible Entrepreneurship Forum. I think in Lithuania it's LAVA. Yeah, we had a board member on stage a second ago. And we give out responsibility indexes for the companies. We right now have an assessment process going on. So there will be 50 new companies in Estonia labeled with either bronze, silver or gold, depending on what is the level of responsibility. And this is a really good thing for them to get prepared for the real reporting. Both of them are okay, but I think what we do helps them to continue in the local market. But if you want to do something more on European market, then you really need to follow what Brussels is putting on us. But okay, getting into the, oh yeah, and I've researched the topic a lot. I also wrote my master's on sustainability, so I could talk, you know, several days about it here. But coming back to the leader's role in driving the change. We, as I said, we do a lot of research at Milton. We need to do it to understand the society. You as a company or any kind of organization, you can't really exist or flourish if you don't understand what's going on around us. And one of the studies we did last year, we focused it in Finland, but we have seen also similar situations in neighboring countries and all over the world, was the friction study that showed us, it was an anthropological study. And what it showed us was that people are really exhausted from trying to bring about change and create a brighter future. There's so much stuff around us. So when we talk about sustainability, that's a huge change. When we talk about sustainable business models, we are actually talking a totally new narrative for capitalism. And it drives people a bit crazy. So we see growth of individualism, anxiety, and also next to that, passivity. You want to let go. It's like there's too much of it all. It's better to just, you know, stay here. It's not my thing. Let someone else to do it. And that's a problem. So we're kind of running out of battery. And I think one of the big questions we need to ask is, how do we fix this? And the criteria for change is that we need to keep the ability to act. There is no sustainable development happening unless we act. And if we're not active players, we're just passive recipients, then no change is coming. So whatever we do, we need to make sure that we keep the ability to act. But then you should also ask, like, okay, but why should we actually care about taking action? We could just, you know, sit on a bench and do the thing you do and do not really care about this. Well, the thing with us as human beings is that in order to feel included and content in life, we need to act. And if you think about it, then what's left if you take away collective action? We wouldn't be here today together. I wouldn't be going to dinner with a good friend tonight. If you take all that away, what's left? So we really need to take care as leaders of our people in our organizations, companies, in the society, so that we keep the will to act. So I do think that leaders have a role to play in it. We have a role to play to solve this. And Excel files do not solve this. It's about leadership. And it's about making sense in the midst of all this. Because if people are in society, if we are just passive objects, then we don't have any innovation. It hinders progress. And it actually hinders social change across all levels, in companies, in universities, in the media, and the well-being of the society at large. So, how do we make sense into it all? I'll let you read first, because we need to define one problem before making a sense. I'm not going to read, because I think you can read. Okay. Do you feel like you know some of them who are suffering under illusion of ignorance? Or could it be that sometimes even you yourself are the one? Yeah, it does, right? It's actually fairly easy to become one when you're an expert in something and you dig deeper and deeper. You might find yourself one day that you're talking using so difficult language that people don't get you. And then you get frustrated. What do you mean? It's so obvious, right? But this is a problem. This is the problem with those people in society who have the expertise that they sometimes do not know how to explain. Why is it important? How to do it? Why does it matter? And it becomes so complex and so difficult that people don't understand it. So if we would be speaking in the language that would be more understandable, then our work would be also more effective. And I do believe that this is one of the key issues when we talk about sustainable development or climate neutrality, for example, to talk in a way that people get you. So why they get heard and understood? Think about it a little bit. I mean, I haven't put them here because they're great examples. They're both great examples of driving the change in sustainable development. No, not because of that. Because they are very clear on their message. Even when a schoolgirl talks about, although she's not a schoolgirl anymore, but she was, when she talks about scientific proof, she only says 5, 6 sentences that are very simple. Listen to the scientists. Don't take the world away from us. Keep the world as it is for the future generations. I mean, there's no, it's not a complex. Or when, I'm not gonna quote Trump, but you know how he talks. Both of them are getting to their audience. And that's the issue that we need to also tackle when we talk about communicating on sustainability, how to really reach people, how to engage them emotionally so that they want to act in and not be passive. You know what? Even though I had examples from the global arena, people in the Baltics also wanted to take a stance and act. Few panels before I came on stage, there was a discussion, and I think Vaida from Bossa Nova also mentioned that there was a survey we did together in the Baltic countries. So this snapshot is from that survey. We've been doing it for 5 times now. So I've seen the change between comparing Nordic countries and Baltic countries, but also comparing different Baltic countries. And what is interesting in the last year's result is that when we ask people what is the best way of companies to work on solving societal challenges, then 63 people in average say that they think that companies need to participate in public debate and make a concrete contribution in solving societal challenges. And now, Lithuanians, this is your proud moment. It's 69 in your country and 63 in Estonia. So somehow you expect more of your companies. But this number has been growing in years. So I think the shift of kind of seeing companies as part of society has already happened. I mean, companies are not here or there just to make money. Companies are kind of corporate citizens, and you as leaders need to speak out. So I think one of the great cases here in Lithuania is lately the 4% defense spending campaign, which is the initiative of companies. This is the exact example of how companies are becoming citizens. Because you make no money if there is no freedom, right? You make no money if there isn't an environment that supports this. And I think that if you follow that path, that you position yourself against, not against competition, but you position yourself as part of the society, then this is the beginning of this journey that we need to take together in order to make the change happen. So, we need to speak clearly. People in our countries also expect us to do so, not only to talk about it, but to take actions. Now, how to get there? I'm going to go a little bit into theory, just only 1 minute, I promise. So, it's very important that we understand what do we talk about when we talk about sustainable development. Quite often, it goes only into environmental sphere, that because the climate change issue is such a big issue and we tend to talk about this. And we tend to forget that there are actually 3 pillars in order for sustainable development to be achieved. So it is very important to harmonize 3 core elements: economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. And we always need to look the balance between those 3. So sustainability is not only about making life green around us or not using fossils. It's also about feeling good, feeling wanted, feeling happy, and also earning decent salary. So this all goes hand in hand. And there's a direct connection to business. So you have a responsible business, good. This means that in order to continue doing this, you need to redesign your business model into sustainable business model. Once you've done that, you are already giving input to sustainable development goals, which means you are participating in making sustainable development happen. These connections are fairly easy. And if you have sustainable business model, it means you're gonna earn profits next year, 10 years, 15 and 20 years from now on. So this is how I have made sense into all this, and what I'm trying to always tell to other CEOs, for them to understand where's the benefit. Because most of the CEOs in our countries here, especially in 3 Baltic countries, I think they were educated in business in the 90s. So you remember how the capitalism started flowing, and anything that mattered, I think it was just around money. These were cool times, but these days are over, and I think we need to start thinking differently. But it doesn't mean that the profit's going to go away. We just have to look at it in a different way. So, sustainable business model is not very difficult. So, to simplify, there's business development and there's social and environmental changes. There are several ways to develop your business. So, here is company value where it's generated. Then you can also only focus more on better and profitable products or services. But you can also just create a social entrepreneurship. This is usually created only to solve one specific social issue. And now when you want to have a sustainable business model, then there are 4 criteria you need to keep in mind. Firstly, you're in a constant change mode. Secondly, you have to take business decisions based on those same 3 sustainable development pillars. If I make more money on this, how it's going to affect the other 2, and so on. And sustainability is the competitive driver. And the 4th, and to me the most important, is that you need to have a constant multi-dimensional analysis on the organization and surrounding environment. We call it at Milton societal design, meaning that you have to understand every layer in the society. What's going on in our heads? What makes us wake up at night? And what makes us happy? You need to understand, and you need to develop your products and services further based on that. So sustainable business model does enable to earn profit, but you're also creating extra value, and you care about wider societal interest. So you talk clearly, you make people act, you change your business model, and then you need to take action. So to summarize this really short run through, I think us as leaders, and I think you're all leaders in a way. If you're here, you're already there. I don't think you need convincing. The people who need convincing are not here. So I believe taking action has 5 steps that we can do. So firstly, we need to build bridges, meaning that we need to bring people together, and we need to offer them activities and narratives that bridge organizations' initiatives with broader context and society around us. We're not fixing just one small thing in our office or in our production line. We're fixing something bigger that helps us to feel better together. So building bridges is one thing. Second thing is fostering the sense of security. So whatever you do, whatever the business is that you're doing, I think we need to empower our customers for them to feel that they're in control. They're in control of their lives. and fostered a sense of security in every layer of communication, and especially in internal channels, so that people really need this sense of security in order to feel that that they're okay, especially when change is happening around us so fast. This is one of our basic needs that we have. We want to feel safe. Third, keep people engaged and just offer practical tips how to do it. Give tools, resources, and celebrate small wins. I mean, if you throw your team with the CSRD regulations and tell them that just get it done, I mean, it's not going to happen. You just need to start taking small steps. You just need to split it into smaller projects and help them to walk that road. Fourth, well, that's what we all need to do. We need to exit our echo chamber and we need to show leadership. In Estonia, when we have these kind of gatherings with our responsible business forum, then I always say that I feel like I'm some part of some religious club because, I mean, we kind of agree with each other, and that's great. But you need to have way more leaders and companies to believe in it in order for that change in the society to happen. And fifth, and create a learning culture. I think in the beginning here today, I heard many people say that we're all new in this. We're just discovering. Nobody's really ahead of us. Although I heard that we in Europe are ahead. Maybe, yeah, but still, we're all learning. And so seize the opportunity. This can be your competitive advantage. And create structural changes and innovative solutions and just do a lot of cross collaboration. So what I'm doing here today, this is what I do. I just talk about it. I talk so much about it, and sometimes I get tired of talking about it. But I figured it out in my head that most of the cases the audience is new. So the more leaders in our countries talk about it in a clear way and show the roadmap, I think the better it is. And my time is over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was great listening to you. And now, the last show of today is the fireside chat between Jonė Vaitulevičiūtė, managing partner at Firstpick, and Laimonas Noreika, founder at Heavy Finance, where we will hear the great success story of sustainable business. Welcome on the stage.
Okay, hello. Okay, so Camila said that we'll talk about a success story. Is it already a success story?
No, it's far away from it. So we'll talk about success in 10 years, I would say.
Yeah, okay, I agree about that. So yeah, I think without me introducing you, actually a short remark. Before this fireside chat, I thought that this is the most exciting thing. Probably I'll be leading or talking because I know the person very well. I know the company relatively well. So it was very easy to prepare, and I think it should be quite interesting. But maybe Laimonas, then you can tell, how do you tell your parents or your friends, what do you do? What does Heavy Finance do?
Just Annika said that, we should focus on explaining this to our parents. So I have a bit different opinion on climate action. And I always give one small example, especially for Baltic people. We know that when we got, then we, decided our own will to separate from Soviet Russia. There was only 10% of people who were actually making some action, and they didn't explain much for people, right? They just did an action. So I tend, just to lead by example. So I don't explain my mother what I do, because it's a bit too hard to do so. But otherwise, we're a financial organization which tries to use, first of all, we're business people. And I fully in line with Mr. Kelly Kirsch that, and how I see it, that climate action is a moment of opportunity of generational wealth creation. That's how I see it, right? And to put it simple, we're here to do money as a business people because there is a huge problem. The problem is called CO2. So each of us can figure out the ways how to make an action on how to remove the goddamn oxygen, don't touch the goddamn organic carbon. So each time you focus on this one and you sort it out as a problem, you get money. So that's what heavy finance is.
Okay, super. So you're business people ahead of curve, not touching the carbon, right? Removing CO2. But when you started and when we invested back, it was 2020 when you started, right? You were a different business. You were a lending business for farmers. And then I remember one time you came to me and you said, Jan, I have not one, but 2 unicorns for you. I think that was in 2021 or end of 2021, right? In the summer, maybe. How did you find this opportunity?
So I was approached by one lady who said, can you finance climate action? And the more we talked, the more it made sense to me. And I said, we need to join forces because I see the huge opportunity and together we're stronger. So that was a situation when it happened. And so far, so good.
So far, so good. But I actually, this weekend, I was explaining because my mom finally managed to invest in heavy finance loans. And I was explaining her why is the cycle so long and why is it different from any other loans, why the interest rate is so much higher. Is there, maybe you can draw a picture how heavy finance now operates, what are the main additives to your business, besides the fact that you have lenders and the receivers, what's in between?
So currently what heavy finance do is each time the farmer decides to do farming in a way which is friendly for environment, we reward them with different instruments. So for that purpose, we created an Article 9 fund, which Kelly mentioned. This is how to finance the farmers on scale. As well, we do have a product which we call green loans. So each time the farmer decides to switch from conventional ways to regenerative ways of farming, we provide such a farmer with a loan which doesn't have cost, right? So then they do so. There are instruments in the world where we receive carbon credits. We use them to cover our operations. So that's the second product we have. And then the third product, we effectively consult farmers and account huge lands of farming. So currently we have 500,000 hectares of land, of regenerative farmland, where farmers are already doing good for environment. They just don't know it. They can do it better. And they are eligible to create these carbon credits. So that's a third product which we have. And yeah, that's quite a messed story, but all these three things align to one picture, currently just a piece of puzzles.
And like very honestly, for me, hearing about heavy finance almost like every week, or sometimes daily, I still have to put like puzzles, or like pieces of puzzle every day. How many of you understand everything about heavy finance? Some people do, you need to speak with them. But yeah, I think what I really noticed when Lyman is saying something, it sounds so easy. Yeah, you have funds, then green loans, etc. But let's reverse back a little bit. There still is very little knowledge in the market about that. And there was definitely way less knowledge in the market about that. How did you and your team learn about it, how to do it?
Yeah, we tend to overcomplicate things, right? So when I grant there is a lawyer here, right? And remember your days at uni and how much of the documents you had to read, right? That was books and books and books. And here we say things are complicated in sustainability area, and it's what, like 10, 20 documents, 70 pages? Okay, I can do that. If my team can do it, then we become a knowledge powerhouse, and that's it. That's how simple it is. So all these acronyms are just a different vocabulary on a small sector, which you can pretty quick learn, and that's our approach.
So basically, anyone who wants to do something in sustainability, they can learn by Googling a lot of things, right? Asking other people.
Yeah, Googling, reading, but please don't use this vocabulary with casual people, because then it gets complicated.
The buzzwords?
Yeah, the buzzwords. As I said in the beginning of our discussion, I see it as a rather easy topic to discuss. So there is a problem which is very clear. We need to focus on it and then see from how we can do it. I'm in the finance world, so I need to read more of SFDR or a CSDR. But if you are in real estate, and there's a different papers you need to read. If you are in whatever you do, there's just a bit of more knowledge where you need to learn things. But things are practical. You have to find the ways how oxygen stays in the environment. Organic carbon is hidden in somewhere. So simple as that.
So a lot of your knowledge is something that you've built up yourself. How many of your team members, do you see a lot of people when hiring that are more proficient or like fluent in sustainability, or it's still something that majority need to work on?
So I believe that knowledge is growing in specific areas, but I'm not an expert, and I don't pretend to be one. And I believe that there is not many experts in the world, and there shouldn't be. Like we can learn as we go. The people realize that that's a problem pretty relatively just recently. And first of all, the reason we did it is because the EU forced us to do so, right? People don't want to go there and solve problems which are too big to be solved. But now we have a clear understanding that we need to solve it, otherwise we will get fined for that. And so that really helps, and the knowledge is growing. But as we as an organization, we really need to sometimes hire people from very specific areas, because we operate in very specific situations, and this knowledge comes from, for example, Latin America. When you deal with carbon credits, then you need to hire someone from Latin America, because they have this world for many years. If we are hiring something from capital markets, we need to hire someone from London, Luxembourg, Dublin, or something like that, because we do like the understanding here. So that's our approach.
So it's pretty international team, at least it should be. Right.
Unfortunately, yes, I would like to speak Lithuanian most of the time, yeah.
Okay, and so how much of the knowledge is growing not on the market of hiring people, but among the farmers? Do you feel any difference 2 years in?
Can you say, do I have any knowledge in farming?
No, the farmers, do they have more knowledge about sustainable, like the tilling and...
Absolutely. I was very surprised, because the first consulting deals we sold together with my colleague, I traveled to farmers and talked with them myself. I was very surprised. We mentioned climate problems, and they say, yeah, I know it, I see it. We need to do something with it, because my yields, my profits are suffering. What's the answer? How do we do it? And there's a long journey, but I think that in Lithuania we already made an impact, even with a promise to pay them one day. We haven't paid them in these carbon credits yet, but that already did change. They understand that corporates somewhere in the United States, Microsoft and Apple, they care about the environment, they're ready to pay for it. So what do I do to get this money? I think that the mind change we already did in a small country.
And is it difficult to sell to them? Because you have to sell your product, right?
Yeah, farmers are such a beast that they don't buy things. So, but the moment you say you give them money, the situation changes. So we structured our products in a way that we give. We don't ask them to pay for things.
Okay. Is it clear? Farmers don't pay. Okay, to what I understand, so, building knowledge in-house, and you put it like so lightly that it's so easy. I wouldn't agree. I don't think it's easy. But
So whether I need to sit and complain here, but I think that's not my job.
No, exactly.
Annika just said that I need to, empower
so
people.
So no one would enter the market. But I think that that's maybe actually another topic I would like to touch upon is the competition maybe in the market. So I would be wrong saying there couldn't be too much sustainability in the market, right? Or like, I don't know, carbon credits. But obviously you said you're here to make business and money out of it, right? But by doing good. And you have some competitors in the market, but there aren't too many, right? What do you see in their operations? Is there anything that you can learn, or is there enough place for everyone? And
so as an organization, the earlier you start the journey, the more knowledge you create, the more you operate in a regulated industry. And the early advantage which you have creates such a moat that for other organizations to catch up with you is really hard. Specifically, if you start generating significant revenue streams, then your power compounds, and to catch you is really tough. So I think that we are in this position, and I think that, I'm sorry to say, but a lot of guys are missing this opportunity. As I said, this is a business situation at extreme size. Why people don't see that, that's actually not really my problem. So
I definitely agree, it's not your problem. But when I understood how many institutions are involved in how the business should operate, it's probably not for everyone to handle. So you are a financial institution, but on the other hand, you also have institution that approves the carbon credits. You have the brokers, and then you've also mentioned EIF. So there are so many. I think even like myself, to deal with EIF, I still haven't taken the guts to go there and talk with them. How important is that, maybe the backing or the trust of these institutions to the business, or how much more it's a nice to have, but you could live on equity and grow on equity financing, and that's it?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain my peers and my colleagues and other entrepreneurs, is that each time that you decide to do something in this ESG, but I focus more on environment stuff, is that you get so much help and so much push from all these institutions which you mentioned, because that's their agenda. That's what they're pushing. So each time you do something like that, have you seen situations when European Investment Fund calls you and tells you, can you be faster? We need to do this ASAP because you tick all the checkbox. So that's what happened to us. We didn't want to establish a goddamn fund, Article 9, and then they called us. You need to do this because, and they were pushing and pushing and pushing. Same with the guarantees, and then we have these all supranationals, EBRD, EIB calling us, and what other help you need. So did that happen to you in life? It happens to us. So because that's the agenda. The money is there, and it will come, and is coming in a huge wave. If you are not ready, you will pay for it. I better, surf the wave.
I see someone nodding the head. Maybe the person is from EIF, no? At least definitely understand that you have dealt with them. But yeah, I agree. I mean, when looking from venture capital perspective, to be pushed by EIF is not something that happens. So there is definitely an opportunity. I think something that's completely asymmetrical to anything else in the market. So yeah, I mean, grab it if you can. So I'm very happy about it.
By the way, I just had a nice discussion with my tech entrepreneur friend from tech industry, and said, "Hey guys, but you do everything what's not sexy. Like, is that your success story? We do the regulation, we do environment, we do carbon counting, we do farmers." Small farmers, rural communities. We do data sampling where we literally go on fields and do we measure the goddamn soil, and we do it So I think this week when we finish our operations soil sampling, we're going to be the largest soil sampling activity ever done in Europe. So yeah, we do these not sexy things, but that pays off. So.
Nice. And how much hectares of land do you have? Not that you owe, but the ones that you are sampling, obviously.
So currently we have 500,000 hectares under we call under management. So okay. So we already did for 200,000 hectares, which we had to do 10,000 soil samples on organic carbon in the field. So that's quite significant work.
Yeah. And how many more do you plan to get by 2050? Is there a goal like that, or only the 1 gigaton removed?
Step by step, okay.
Step by step. Okay, but that's actually what I wanted to ask you. Can you explain to everyone in proper terms what is 1 gigaton of CO2 in 25 years? That's how much heavy finance wants to remove.
So 1 gigaton of CO2 is how much Japan emits per 1 year.
Okay.
Not much, right? And if we as an organization can achieve our goal and remove 1 gigaton of CO2, which is huge for one organization but small for one country, then it's only a drop in the ocean, right? And we really need more and more entrepreneurs to join, because the regulators and the talkers will not solve this. And one more thing, as I'm having this scene, I was really pissed that, you know, the guys who are scientists in climate, they think that somehow it's their problem, and you are an outsider, you know, you come from finance world, so you don't solve my earth, and say, look, that's my earth too. So and we need more people from any other industries to join this and think, what can we do?
So the scientists are saying, leave it for us?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying.
Okay, so we discovered the problem.
And they're fighting between each other, so that was a bit surprising for me.
Okay, so I know that we were kind of asked to finish a bit, not earlier, but so the people can go on the networking. But I want to ask you several last faster questions, so we see what's happening with the weather. Your business sounds like it will solve it, but maybe not today or tomorrow. What are 3 things that you do, maybe that contribute to this kind of removal or of CO2, but like you personally? Anything specific?
I personally?
Yeah. You walk, you wear the same white shirt, you don't buy anything, I don't know.
I don't know, like if it's small things. So when I invest, then I decide to invest in company stocks, so I choose ESG, right? This thing. But my job is to lead my organization and focus on it and make sure that all these, everything what I say here is not bullshit. So we measure it, we have a proof. The science behind what we do makes sense, that there's people who can vouch for what they're saying, and then as a leader I can measure it and present it in a understandable form for other leaders. So that's I believe my biggest challenge, and team formation, align them to one single goal is what I do in the area of environment, of climate impact, and I don't want to do more. I mean, it's good enough.
Okay. What are the 3 sustainability buzzwords that you hate?
I hate the word sustainability.
Yeah, I know.
It means nothing, right? So that's one I hate.
Another one? None? Okay. If you
all of it, all of these abbreviations, they just sound terrible. And PAIs is the most.
Which one?
Adverse impact. What? That's a terrible one. So when you're doing good, you need to account what bad your activities did. So this is not nice.
Okay. If you could put a billboard somewhere, but not related to heavy finance, but anything else, what that would be? Just without logo of heavy finance. It can be a farmer, but...
Have some beer.
I think it's a super nice place to end. So just maybe one last question. What's after 1 gigaton? Is there like this super big vision beyond that, or it's too far to tell?
Yeah, we can joke around, but by 2050, I'm old. That's simple. But 99% of scientists agree that by 2050, if we don't take action, we are doomed. And it's not a joke. Like, if you can choose the 1% who says opposite. I choose to believe with 99% of the people who agree on this topic. So if that's the case, then doing nothing is, I believe I will regret it. So we need to invite more people to join this way of thinking. What I'm trying to do, and this way of speaking today was to simplify the topic, to explain it in a simple terms. And by 2050, if I'm not done, then I'm going fishing and drinking beer.
I thought of asking you, maybe you would run for president by 2050.
Yeah, with all these videos online.
Okay, so I think then we'll have to wrap up here, but it was really fun. I got to know you better, even better. And I see there are a lot of people that were nodding, or like, I think they want to chat with you. So yeah, thanks a lot, Laimonas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Laimonas.
Thanks a lot. So Laimonas said, let's have some beer. We don't have beer, sorry, but we have bubbles. Good enough. I just wanted to thank you all for you're still here. You survived the day. Congratulations to you. I'm really happy to see so many people. We always, as in this morning was being said by the Vice Minister, so happy and proud always to have created an ecosystem of fintechs, but I can see that actually the ecosystem of the sustainable, pardon the word, Laimonas, sustainability, people who care about it is also being born, and I'm happy to see that that is happening here at Rockit, because that's what we are about, being the glue among the public, private, and enthusiasts.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much to our partners, Ministry of Finance, Green Finance Institute, and Swedbank. It was a pleasure hosting and organizing event with all of you. And after this, the networking part is waiting for you.
It's the best part. Yes, yeah. Please go. I always say you have one task to do, meet someone you didn't know when you came here. So make sure that you do that. And there is a very little green and sustainable present from us to you, because you stayed here till the end. On this left wall on the hand side, you're allowed to take a plant home with you and keep it alive. So not this.
No, not the flowers.
That. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, again.
Thank you so much.